For years, we've asked so much of so few.
Now we have a chance to serve these heroes.
To give time, offer comfort, or lend a hand.
To ease the burden on a military family.
Let's honor their service by volunteering ours.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. 8 years ago today, worst terrorist attacks in this country's history were committed against the American people. Terrorists unsuccessfully attempted to break the spirit of our great nation by attacking the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and Shanksville, Pennsylvania. 8 years after these tragic events, as we look back, we also look to move forward. Committee members, Navy Captain Chris Boyer, former Lieutenant Commander Eric Olstein, Jenna Moroni, Christopher Livendorf, and Peter Walkowski. It is our pleasure to present the first commanding officer of the USS New York, a native New Yorker, Commander Kurt Jones, who is joined by 7 sailors from the USS New York. And here to express our appreciation to this group for creating this remembrance, first responders who perished on September 11th, on behalf of the Yankees, is Yankees manager Joe Girardi. Thank you, everyone, for helping us honor the brave persons on September 11th as we move forward into the future. Attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Please rise and remove your caps. As we remember the first responders to the World Trade Center and celebrate the commissioning of the USS New York, tonight's colors are being presented by a joint color guard. Please welcome the Port Authority Police Department Color Guard, USS New York Color Guard, FDNY Color Guard, and the NYPD Color Guard. Before tonight's anthem, the New York Yankees and all of Major League Baseball pause to honor and pay respect to the lives lost in the terrorist attacks on September 11th, 2001. Now let us pause in silent prayer for a moment of remembrance. Thank you. Now, please direct your attention to the microphone behind home plate and welcome Navy musician third class Laura Carey, who will now sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets ring clear, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh,
is a special presentation of the Yes Network.
And the crowd here at the stadium standing, looking to witness history. Ground ball, base hit. Lou Gehrig has company. The Yankee captain now stands atop Yankees Mount Olympus with Lou Gehrig. Well, even the weather can't put a damper on what could happen tonight. Derek Jeter could become the Yankees' all-time hits leader here at Yankee Stadium. That's why the crowd has braved this rain delay here in the Bronx. As tonight, the Yes Network presents New York Yankees baseball. It's the New York Yankees against the Baltimore Orioles in the first of three from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, New York. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Yankees baseball. Along with Al Leiter, I'm Michael Kay. Well, when the Yankees played on Wednesday, Derek Jeter got 3 hits, and that was after going 0 for 12. Everybody got a little nervous. Well, the 3 hits tied him with Lou Gehrig. 27-21 is the number. They both have the most hits in Yankee history. One more, and Derek Jeter stands alone. Let's talk about the 3 on Wednesday, though.
Well, I'll tell you, you mentioned the 0 for 12, and the Rays pitchers, they pitched him awfully tough. But what does he do? Take a look early in the game right here against Jeff Neiman. He ends up looking down the line. He sees where Evan Longoria, look at the little peak right there, saying, you know what, I'll break this 0 for 12. He's far enough back. Nice little bunt, perfectly placed in front of the third baseman. There is the first hit of the 3 hits on the night. 5th inning, slider, middle of the plate, drives this ball center field over B.J. Upton for a ground rule double, and here it is in the 7th inning. The Jeterian type hit that he's always done so many times in his career for tying Lou Gehrig.
Well, these are the people that have held the Yankee record through the years. Willie Keelam, Hal Chase, Wally Pitt, Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and Lou Gehrig has held it for 72 years. Could tonight be the night that he moves into second place? Let's take a look at tonight's New York Lottery pitching matchup. Chris Tillman will be the guy who tries to keep Jeter from getting that hit. 1-3, 4.66. Andy Pettitte for the Yankees, 13-6 with a 4.10 ERA. Well, it's been 2 captains, Lou Gehrig, the Iron Horse, and Derek Jeter, the Yankee shortstop for all these years since '96. Will Jeter move ahead? There have been guys that have watched it a lot. We'll talk about them next. It all played the same regular season game with the Yankees 79 times. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Yankees baseball. That's Al Leiter. I'm Michael Kay. Pretty incredible in this day and age to have the longevity and also to stay on one team. Now, Andy Pettitte did go away for 3 years but came back. These 4 together, it's pretty special what they've done.
Yeah, and let's add the New York Yankees. I mean, this is an organization historically, up until we see these guys, were known to trade away the young talent. And to have them together as a nucleus, you cheer differently as a teammate. And I think what is going to transpire hopefully tonight with Derek Jeter, what's going through the minds of those guys knowing that they came up together, they were all drafted or signed as a free agent. Mo signed as a free agent in 90, and then of course Derek Jeter comes along in 92. They coming together, there's nothing better than to know that you're with the same organization with the guys for so many years.
And they were all hanging on that 8th inning at bat where Derek Jeter almost broke the record and the tie with Lou Gehrig. When we come back, lineups, first pitch, baseball, next on Yes. on car insurance. And by Avis, the official rental car company of the New York Yankees. Well, it is a heavy mist continuing to fall here at Yankee Stadium. But once they commit to playing through this, they are going to play through it. Let's look at the game time weather conditions presented by Bigelow Tea. 64 degrees, humidity is 89%. Wind 16 miles per hour on the forecast for the remainder of the night is for showers. Remember, this is the Orioles' last time in. They're running out of days on the calendar before the playoffs begin. So the bottom line is they do not need to have a rain out and then have to play a doubleheader. Well, we are going to have a first pitch ceremony here.
Accelerated recovery efforts in the Gulf Coast region and initiated reforms to
Janet Napolitano, the Secretary of Homeland Security, as we honor the memory of September 11, 2001. And Janet Wines kicks and deals a little bit up and in for the first pitch. Now, that is one woman that we hope does a very good job as the Director of Homeland Security, and there's a monument to the 9/11 victims, and that is out in Monument Park. And we do remember, and the games are just that, games. But the games sometimes help people heal, and we certainly hope that whatever way you can get your mind off the awful time of September 11, 2001, that you can use that. And if this is that, then please, we're happy that we were able to help you out. Well, the Yankees have taken the field. Derek Jeter, obviously, is the star attraction tonight. That's why all of these people sat through this driving rain and will sit through this mist as well. They want to be here when history is made. Plus, the Yankees against the Orioles tonight. Let's take a look at the Orioles starting lineup presented by BMW. Brian Roberts, the second baseman, will lead off, batting second and playing shortstop. Cesar Estorres. Nick Markakis in right field, good numbers lifetime against Pettit, will hit third. Cleaning up and playing left field, the rookie Nolan Reimold. Melvin Moore at third base will bat fifth. Batting sixth and playing first base, Luke Scott. Matt Wieters will DH. He's usually a catcher. He's going to bat seventh. Batting eighth and playing center field, Felix P.A. And Chad Moeller will catch, and he's going to bat ninth.
And the veteran pitcher, Andy Pettit, 37-year-old, will be making his 29th start this year. What a year Andy Pettit has had. He's a very good record in 13-6, respectable ERA at 4.10, nice hits to innings ratio. Let's take a look at the Jeep pitcher scout report. Super 8 in his last 8 starts. He's 5-0 with a 2.77 among tops in American League starters. Batting average against, second in base runners allowed, third in wins. He's on a nice little run. Bird beater, 26-6 with a 3.56 ERA against the Orioles. It's the most wins against any opponent he's had in his career. And bearing down, runners in scoring position. Opponents are only hitting a paltry 225 off Andy. He certainly bears down when needed.
Let's take a look at the defense behind Andy Pettit. In the outfield, Melky Cabrera's in left. Johnny Damon's back locked up this morning. Brett Gardner in center. Nick Swisher's in right. In the infield, A-Rod, Jeter, Cano, and Teixeira. Jeter is having a very good season in the field. Posada behind the plate. And Andrew Eugene Pettit is on the mound. Last time Pettit pitched against the Orioles, he had a perfect game, 2 outs into the 7th inning. IOTV offers you incredible HD picture and sound. HD is free with IOTV, the official HD service provider of Yankees baseball on Yes. A very large crowd here at the stadium. This is a ticket that was tough to get as people want to witness history. One more hit by Derek Jeter, and he will sit atop the Yankees all-time hits list. Steady rain falling at the stadium, and it looks like they'll have to deal with that for most of the night. Brian Roberts digs in. Andy Pettit is ready. So are we, and let's do it here in the Bronx as the veteran left-hander deals. Pitches low and away, and we are underway.
Brian Roberts, big doubles hitter, 50 doubles this year. The staple of this Orioles future.
Count 1-1. Al, in this sort of weather, how difficult is it to pitch?
Mostly about what's going on around the mound, Michael. It's a matter of trying to keep those cleats clean and not a whole lot of clay in there.
Nothing about gripping the baseball?
Well, you don't believe it or not, it's not bad. And certainly in this day and age now, you get a new baseball just for constantly. So if it does get wet, they throw it out. So it's not an issue.
The rain delay was 1 hour and 27 minutes. And the count is 2-2. And you can see the mud starting to cake up on Andy Spikes already. That laser-like focus of the veteran lefty. The 2-2. Well, the entire crowd joining in on the Bleacher Creatures roll call, chanting Derek Jeter. Orioles 56 and 83. They are really, really struggling. And Andy Pettit has them struggling as he gets Roberts to swing and miss one away.
Well, Andy just going right after Brian Roberts, staying away. A little fastball. See a little late cut, an emergency hack by Brian Roberts. It's one of those give-up pitches and then realizes that ball is cutting on the outside corner. Nice pitch. He's able to drive that ball away.
Here's Cesar Izturis. Pitch outside. You look at the numbers of the table setters of late, and not very good. Roberts 10 for his last 57. Izturis 12 for his last 70. And that's why the Orioles are 16 and 35 since the All-Star break. Now, if you want a comparison, since the All-Star break, the Yankees are 40 and 13. And that matches their best start after the All-Star game. Obviously, the All-Star game first started in 1933. So they were 40 and 13 in 1937. Izturis pops it up. Cano. 2 outs.
Well, for the Orioles, Michael, you mentioned, yes, Brian Roberts and what we just saw with Cesar Izturis, and much of this franchise. Obviously, the record you just said, it's such a disappointment, 56 and 83. But they got to hang their hat on something. They're trembling. Manager looking obviously into the future and having some core young players like Nick Markakis, Brian Roberts. They have a few young players that they're looking obviously to 2010.
And Markakis takes a strike. Markakis has actually done well since the All-Star break, hitting .327. This guy's a star. He's a guy to build around. They have him signed to a 6-year deal, so they've taken care of that. And that will be one of the guys that they build the whole program around. He'll be the core of this team. The 0-1. 0-2.
Along with Adam Jones, who actually got hurt against the Yankees. Blue play, running through the bag at first base and hustling back, picked it when he made some effort to go to second and rolled his ankle. He's a good exciting player.
These are very tough conditions right now. You can see the player stepping out, wiping the moisture from the bill of the helmet. Bat slippery. The 0-2 just missed.
Let's take a look. If this ball is high, that ball is cut again. Well, I don't know. That's a strike in my book.
And the 1-2 pitch. Nub foul.
That's a pretty steady little drizzle right now.
And the 1-2 pitch. 2-2.
Yeah, you mentioned about Markakis. Here's a guy who really spreads his hits. He'll hit just as many balls to left field, center, right. Truly equitable in where his hit distribution. Anytime you get a hitter like Markakis, very tough to strike out. And you'll see that 300 batting average often because of that. That allows the ball to travel deep in the zone. Good hitter, Markakis.
And the 2-2. Popped up. Derek Jeter looks through the raindrops and makes the final out. And Derek Jeter will also lead off. Right now, he is tied with Lou Gehrig at the top of the Yankee all-time hits list. Derek Jeter will lead off. If he has a single, he stands. Doctored. They're putting some of the drying agent on the mound before Chris Tillman even warms up. So Derek Jeter has 2,721 hits, and so does Lou Gehrig. Jeter with 3 hits on Wednesday after an 0 for 12 to start the homestand dramatically tied Lou Gehrig for the most hits in Yankee history. In the 8th inning of that game against Grant Balfour, Derek Jeter worked the count to 3-2. The crowd on its feet, roaring, looking for that hit, hoping that a 4-hit day would give Jeter the lead, but it was not to be as Balfour threw a pitch low and Jeter took it and earned a walk. But Jeter pops his head out of the dugout, and the crowd is here for Derek Jeter tonight, because there are very few things that matter in this game. Obviously, the Yankees want to win. They're 41 games over 500. They have a 9-game lead, obviously, in the American League East, and it looks like they're going to make the playoffs. And the biggest story of this past week has been Derek Jeter's pursuit of the Yankees' all-time hit record, and it could culminate in this at-bat right now.
How exciting, Michael. You said it. Obviously, where the Orioles are and how commanding lead that the Yankees have. But something to hang everyone's hat on tonight is this man right here and the exciting moment. It's got a playoff atmosphere.
The first hit that Derek Jeter ever got, May 30th, 1995, came in Seattle off of Tim Belcher, and he stood on first base, and the Mariner first baseman was Tino Martinez. And Tino turned to this kid that he'd never met, who he would later become best friends with, and he said, you know what, that's the first of many to come. And I asked Tino about it, and he said, I just looked at this guy. I'd heard a lot about him. I said, wow, this guy's supposed to be so good, but he's so skinny. He said, but he has certainly filled out, and so has his resume. So from that hit in 1995, there have been 2,720 more, and he ties the great Lou Gehrig, one of the greatest players in baseball history. There is Tino standing next to the very, very young Derek Jeter, who was up for just a spell in 95 as a replacement for an injured Tony Fernandez. He became the Yankees' starting shortstop in 1996, hit a big home run up Dennis Martinez that day in Cleveland, made an over-the-shoulder catch, and at that point, Don Zimmer, the bench coach, turned to Joe Torre, the manager, and said, you know what, I think we might have something here. And Don Zimmer never spoke truer words.
Number 2.
The family's here, the crowd is here, everybody is looking for this hit, and knowing Derek Jeter, he wants to get this over with. He does not like being in the spotlight all the time. It's about team with him. So let's see if Derek Jeter, 35 years old, can become the Yankees' all-time hits leader. Chris Tillman on the mound, and he deals. There's a strike, and the flashball is going off all around Yankee Stadium, making the ballpark look like a circular version of the Rockefeller Center Christmas tree. The 0-1 chases a high fastball 0-2. And this is a World Series atmosphere as you see all the flash bulbs go off, but this is something that Derek Jeter's used to. 4 World Series championships, an MVP in the World Series, MVP in the All-Star game the same year. And Tillman deals the 0-2. Miss low. Derek grew up in Kalamazoo, Michigan, and wanted to play for the Yankees. He has certainly done that, and now he stands amongst the greats. The 1-2 pitch. Foul back to the screen. And there is Derek's Kalamazoo Central baseball card, and in his senior year, he hit .508. And in 1992, the Yankees selected him with the 6th pick of the first round of the draft, and they have never looked back. They have never regretted it, and neither has Derek Jeter. And the 1-2 swung on and missed, and Jeter will have to wait for another at bat.
Talking about an exciting moment for the Yankees fans of Derek Jeter. How about Chris Tillman, 21 years old, just out of the minor leagues. Big trade from Seattle, goes right after Derek Jeter. That was a good hack right there. Outside corner, 12-6 curveball. Tough pitch after some good fastballs. That last pitch that he fouled off made that curveball very effective.
Let's take a look at the Yankees' entire starting lineup presented by BMW. We know Derek Jeter, the captain and the shortstop, leads off. Batting second is Nick Swisher, then Mark Teixeira. Middle of the order, A-Rod, Matsui, and Posada. Bottom third of the order, Cano, Cabrera, and Gardner. And here's Nick Swisher. Boy, Nick has been red hot. 8 for his last 21. Average up to 254. And the pitch outside.
Chris Tillman mentioned on the season that 1 of 3 hasn't pitched a whole lot, came up from the minor leagues. 285 batting average. A few 2 strikeouts. He watched his stuff tonight. I think he had more strikeouts than the 24. Let's take a look at the Jeep pitcher scouting report. 21-year-old Chris Tillman. O's future. They have a guy, Brian Mattis, they love, and they see him, Tillman and Mattis, as the front end next year. The big fly, 11 home runs in his last 8 starts, not good. And the lefty-righty split, left-handed batters only 209, righties 355.
Explain that to me.
He has a fastball changeup to lefties, which is very tough to hit, and his curveball, although he struck out Derek Jeter on, has been inconsistent. He has been inconsistent enough. Talking to people covering the Orioles, they really liked his stuff, but you will watch a variety of his fastballs, range anywhere from high 80s to mid 90s.
Take a look at the Oriole defense behind Chris Tillman. You've got Reimold in left, PA in center, and Markakis is in right. Not going to run against any of them. They all have good arms. In the outfield, Mora is the infield, Mora is Torres, Robertson, Scott, that's third to first. Moeller behind the plate, and the Orioles are not a great defensive team.
They lost a lot with Adam Jones going down for the rest of the year. Good center fielder.
Here's Mark Teixeira. The rain has subsided just a bit. Now more of a mist that was really coming down hard in the top of the first inning. Shift is on for Teixeira. 3 infielders on the right side. Now the Yankees have really owned the Orioles so far this year. They're 12-3 against the O's, but they've won 10 straight against Baltimore. And Tillman's lost the plate. Moeller wants to talk things over with.
Well, he was so jacked up for the Derek Jeter at bat. Hits him well, got ahead, and this is just a little moment. Chad Moeller to slow his young pitcher down. Obviously, he's got to be fired up and excited about certainly the first at bat against Derek Jeter here at Yankee Stadium.
Now you might notice that both teams wearing the red caps. The umpires are as well, with the red, white, and blue stripes and stars, and that is to honor the memory of those lost in September 11th. Three and two. Wind really whipping here at Yankee Stadium. And right now the flags are blowing straight in from left. That line to right field, it's a base hit in front of Markakis.
Teixeira getting a 3-2 fastball, sit nothing but the fastball, sit middle of the plate, eyes light up. Beautiful location as far as the hitter's concerned, up in the zone. Tillman just trying to throw a strike there, got behind both on Swisher and then Teixeira. Good approach, good hitting. Mostly pull hitter Teixeira has been from the left-hander career-wise. Starting a little something here in the first inning, Yankees.
Here's Alex Rodriguez, 17 for 40 in his last 10 games at .425. And 6 for his last 11. Pitches high. Alex has the average up to 283. And his last 17 games, .424. He'd have to go on a tear, but you know he'd love to have 100 RBIs despite missing the first 28 games of the season with the hip surgery. deep to left field. Fair ball, it is gone. It is gone. See ya. A long, high, 3-run home run for Alex Rodriguez, and the Yankees lead 3-0. Now we need 17 RBIs.
He's closer, Michael. 3 quick RBIs there. What a year, not only what he's meant to this team when he's come back for Teixeira, but overall his presence in the lineup, his 25th home run. He got all of that, knew it right away. Timed that first pitch, he gauged him. Tillman, he did. Saw the velocity, saw what it was. That ball was stroke. Just keeping it fair.
That landed in the second deck. Let's take a look at the Coors Light freeze cam on contact. Stop.
Right out in front. Michael's foot was down. Look where the barrel of the bat meets the ball. That's why that ball was well struck and way out of here. Getting through the baseball. Nice swing. That's where he makes contact out front.
It's 578th home run of his career. And people don't realize the right field second deck is a lot closer to the fence than the left field second deck. That is really reset. And to reach that, that is a shot.
A little wind blowing in, looks from the left center field.
Yeah, you had to get that through a gale force. Now, a lot of people look at the way this ballpark is, and you know, in the old place, the upper deck was, you know, a majestic home run in right field. Now the second deck becomes that sort of home run. Most of the Yankees think that if there's a player on the team, you see where Alex stands on the all-time list, now 5 behind Mark McGwire, they think that Mark Teixeira could reach the upper deck here in right field. But I don't know if that right field or the left field upper deck could be reached now. That is too far.
Well, you're saying the angle goes back further in left field.
Yes.
And it did the old stadium as well, right? Well, it's similar.
Well, at least the upper deck in the old stadium had an overhang. This is not an overhang. It's reset back. And to reach here, I don't know if that could be done. I haven't seen it done in batting practice yet. I mean, that's tough to reach the second deck in left. The 2-2 to Matsui. Markakis is there. And there are 2 outs. $25 home runs for Alex Rodriguez, now 83 runs batted in. And it's all happened since he took that 2-day vacation in Florida. Recharged the batteries. He played every game when he came back after the surgery, which probably wasn't the wisest thing for him to do. And they sat him down for those 2 games against the Marlins. He had that huge hit in the second game against the Braves, and that's when the whole team kind of clicked. And there's a strike.
And because of the, you mentioned the whole team, you can look through the whole Yankee lineup and just see production everywhere. And it's much easier, even for the Alex Rodriguez's of every lineup or few lineups in baseball that can compare to his stature, that you could work things out when the supporting cast is getting the job done. And certainly the Yankee hitters this year have done that.
Posada hit a big home run, pinch hit home run on Wednesday. Kind of lost amidst all the hoopla with Derek's 3 hits, but that was a gigantic clutch pinch hit home run, and for Posada, his 21st of the year.
Home run, middle away, ended up being a huge hit, as Michael said. Any pinch hit home run, any pinch hit game-changing RBI is a big moment. Certainly a home run is the icing.
Icing, yes, but no pie, because it wasn't a walk-off. It was in the 8th inning. Yankees have had 13 walk-offs. And 17 is the team record in 1943. All 13 pies thrown by A.J. Burnett. So you have to add those onto the pitches that he has thrown this year.
That's fun stuff. I like it. The dynamic of the Yankee clubhouse definitely has changed this year. Certainly AJ being part of it.
So a full count, delivery on its way to Posada. Strike three, Posada down looking. Well, good and bad for the Yankees in the first inning. Bad, Derek Jeter didn't get that hit. Good, Alex Rodriguez hit a 3-run blast into the second deck in left field. His 25th home run of the year and a 3-0 Yankee lead. Kim and a husband, manager Joe Girardi, fight stomach cancer. From 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., Kim's going to be accepting donations in exchange for blue hair extensions, courtesy of SoCap USA and Kid Styles of Bedford Hills. Plus the opportunity to receive collectibles signed by past and current Yankee greats, including Derek Jeter, A-Rod, Mariano Rivera, Mark Teixeira, Hideki Matsui, Tino Martinez, and Yogi Berra. Please stop by the tables in the H&R Suite Lounge and on the terrace level across from Section 329. Proceeds will go to Catch 25 Foundation, the Lurie Comprehensive Cancer Center of Northwestern University, and the Yankees Universe Fund at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. Please join the fund and help the efforts for research and treatment for stomach cancer. Big crowd here at Yankee Stadium on a rainy Friday evening. Now 13 of Alex's 25 home runs have tied the game or given the Yankees a lead, so more than half. Derek Jeter led off that inning, striking out on a breaking ball low and away, so the crowd will have to wait an inning or two more for Derek to take another attempt at breaking the tie with Lou Gehrig. Looks like the rain has actually stopped out, which is unbelievable. It was pouring in the top of the first inning, but now it looks like it has actually stopped.
Well, that's good. Obviously, it looks a bit of swirling wind. That's why I think when it looks a lot worse when you look at it up in the lights. But it's been kind of a heavy mist. Hopefully, it'll stay away now for the rest of the night.
Well, for Alex's home run to count, you have to get at least 5 innings in, and then it becomes an official game. Or if the Yankees are leading, just 4.5 innings. And now the wind and those flags in the open part out in left field blowing straight in. But Alex got the ball over toward the line where the wind was blocked by the grandstand. So now Andy Pettitte has himself a 3-0 lead. He worked a 1-2-3 first inning. And here's Norman Reimold to start off the second.
One of the young Oriole players that they have an awful lot to look forward to. Actually, the 14 home runs. He leads the All-American League rookies in the home runs, on base percentage, slugging. Good-looking player. They think he's going to be a 20-25 home run guy. And a hustler. Just plays the game right.
And the 1-0. 2-0. high fly ball deep center. Gardner back, still on the track, and he makes the play. Let's take a look at tomorrow's starting pitchers, brought to you by Verizon Fios. This is Fios. This is big. That other youngster that Al was talking about, Brian Matthews, 4-2, 5.26 against AJ Burnett, 11-8, 4.19. Batting practice show will be at noon. Pre-game show at 12:30. First pitch right around 107, 108. There's Melvin Mora and a strike.
Veteran Melvin Mora be a free agent. Talk around the Oriole people that they probably won't sign him back.
Line drive right field. It's a base hit. That'll go into the corner. Played out there by Swisher. And Mora is going around second. Will stop right there. Now there is standing water out on the warning track. There's no drains out there. And you could see when that ball kicked off the wall, it kind of went into a puddle. And that's how it slowed down before Swisher could get to it.
And these batters ought to take notice right here. Mora, look at pulling his left hip out. The ball elevated, enabled him to do exactly what he just did there. But what Michael was just saying, that water is puddled enough where it slows that ball down. So watch a kick around here. Swisher, Mora looked like he contemplated going to third. Wise move that he didn't.
Here's Luke Scott. So this time Andy goes an inning and a third of perfect baseball. Last time it was 6 2/3. And that was before Adam Jones hit that ground ball to Jerry Hairston. Jerry did not handle it. Adam Jones no longer in the lineup. He's out for the year when he sprained that ankle, trying to go back to first base when he didn't have to go in that hard. One of the Orioles star players pitches high to Luke Scott. Since the All-Star break, you look at Scott's numbers overall, not bad, right? But since the All-Star break, he's hitting 176.
You know, unlike Markakis, who's a guy that'll spray the ball all over the place, this guy's a pull hitter. And if you're a pull hitter, you're going to hit most balls hard somewhere down and in. That's the happy zone for lefties. But anything away, usually is a fly ball to center.
There's a strike.
Now, that's a great pitch right there. You can watch a spray chart on Luke Scott. Everything is right field, some right center field. Perfect location. He probably complained a little bit. It may have been down. This would be a good shot for that. Oh, knee high. Nice pitch.
Driven deep to right center field. Gardner back, still back, turning, looking, it's off the wall. Scoring easily is Mora. Luke Scott picks himself up an RBI double. The Orioles are on the board. Yankee lead is now 3-1.
Well, that's the absolute danger of a pull hitter, of trying to come inside. Said the happy zone for most left-handers down and in. That's exactly where Andy Pettit threw. Actually ended up cutting middle of the plate. See where Posada wanted that ball in the inside corner. And Andy has a natural little cut. He knew as soon as he threw that ball, the wind was busting in. That may have been a home run. Holding up here. Brett Gardner realizing he didn't have a beat on it. He had to play it off of Karam. Get that ball in quickly.
3 balls in this inning, Al, have been crushed. Remember, Nolan Reimold's drive was run down by Gardner in deep center on the warning track. So the pitch to Wieters is a strike. Rookie catcher, one of the future stars the Orioles are hoping that they're going to build around. Former first-round draft pick. Count 0-2.
Well, you said that hoping that he's a good-looking player. You could see it. There's a certain element to young players, and showed enough about Derek Jeter when he first came up. But this guy has the size. He's got the ability. Switch hitting catcher. Getting comfortable. There's some great veteran players now with #1 pick out of Georgia Tech.
talked to a lot of baseball people, though, and a lot of the people, you know, that write and commentate compare Wieters. Well, he could be a new Joe Mauer. And scouts go, that's not fair to this guy. There's one Joe Mauer. Joe Mauer is a phenomenal athlete. Could have been an NFL quarterback. They say Wieters is good, but he's not Joe Mauer.
No, and you know, early on, you can see Michael. He's got a little bit of a long swing,
like that.
Well, fooled on the breaking ball. But you know, you try to get some comparison somewhere. This guy out of college was really highly touted for a lot of reasons. Size, he's very good behind the plate. He struggled early on throwing runners out. Once he gets comfortable, there's a lot of tools that he has now possessed that shows why scouts all around baseball love this guy. But yeah, to compare him to Mauer, that's not fair. They're saying Mauer with power.
Right. And now Mauer has power, though.
Mauer with power.
Mauer has 24 home runs. Last year he had 13.
Which is unusual for Joe Mauer.
There's Felix P.A. He's taken over center field for the injured Adam Jones, and he takes a strike. The last 23 games hitting .329. This is a guy highly touted. And he just failed with the Cubs. He was going to be a big star with the Cubs. It didn't happen. And the Orioles took a flyer on him. And he's worked a lot.
Andy MacPhail loved him. Andy MacPhail, the president of baseball operations here for a few years. Had him with the Cubs. But you know what helped him? You know, you talk about he failed. Here's a young, talented player that really, there's a lot of guys that get to the big leagues, believe it or not, and don't really have a baseball sense. And he's one of these players. A lot of tools, you like what you see, but really hasn't grown into a baseball player. And this is it. And when they traded Aubrey Huff, that enabled him to play and feel comfortable as an everyday player.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss. And PA is tagged out by Posada, and that will do a third strikeout for Andy Pettitte. But the Orioles get on the board. 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We go to the bottom of the second. Yankees are leading this one 3-1. That was baseball's Gettysburg Address, and it was on July 4th of 1939. And when people say, well, you know, how many people have more than 2,721 hits? What's the big deal? Well, the big deal is that when Derek Jeter gets his next hit, he's passing one of the most iconic players in baseball history, not just Yankee history. Fell at a very young age and died at the age of 39. Obviously, well before his time, had to retire well before his time, and one of the more beloved athletes that ever played in New York. So when you pass Lou Gehrig, you've certainly accomplished a big thing.
How about this, Michael? What was it, 70 years?
72 years.
72 years. Of all of the Yankee great players that have come and gone, the longevity, the consistency. You know, I'm more in awe of the fact that you have a young player that has gone through 14 years as a New York Yankee, and now is going to eclipse the all-time hit record for the organization. You're right. I mean, how many on the all-time hits would that put him?
Oh, he's in the 20s.
Okay,
yeah,
so in the 20s. So obviously there's a lot more players, and he's got many more years. But I just think of all of the good players, the great players, the players they looked to think that they had a future, the organization, and he's it.
Well, the best way I put it, and I think that you bring it up very well. It's not like the Yankees were bringing schlubs up after Lou Gehrig. They're some of the greatest players ever. These are the guys that held the record. Wee Willie Keeler, Hal Chase, Wally Pitt, Babe Ruth, and then Lou Gehrig. The Iron Horse, 2,130 straight games. And only amyotrophic lateral sclerosis took him out of the lineup.
And even if there were other reasons that Mickey Mantle with his injuries in his knees, and Joe DiMaggio was in the war, there were other reasons why those guys didn't maintain the longevity. Yogi Berra, catcher. But even post all that, 60s on. And Don Mattingly ended up hurting his back.
Cano battling Chris Tillman. 1-2 count. Since the All-Star break, a .324 hitter. Chopper grabbed there by Tillman. One away.
Chris Tillman, tall, lean pitcher, standing tall, not quite square, but the ball was nubbed enough for him to be able to get to the ball.
This moment in Yankees history sponsored by Mercedes, your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers on the web at searchmercedes.com. September 11th of 2002, the Yankees dedicate the 9/11 monument, and it's dedicated to 9/11 victims, and it's out there in Monument Park. There it is, and what a somber day, and it will be for the rest of all time. A day, unfortunately, that will live in infamy. Change this country, change the world forever. And as a city, we have bounced back beautifully, but the people that were directly connected, the people that were lost, it's hard for them to bounce back. Popped up. Melvin Moore makes the play up against the tarp. 2 outs.
Melvin Moore going a long way. See that last little peek? He saw how far he had to go. Also recognizing that the tarp was there. It was a soft landing for him. Keeping his eye on the baseball. Nice play. Got wet doing it. Have to go inside and change his shirt.
Here's Brett Gardner. They're in at the corners for the Orioles. They know he's a threat to bunt. With his speed, he can get on. And Brett still has not found his stroke since coming out the DL. Just 11 at bats in rehab, 1 for 11. Coming back from a broken left wrist. Grounded to Roberts. And Tillman works a 1-2-3 second, so we'll have to wait for the bottom of the third for Derek Jeter to get another at bat. We go to the third. It's 3-1 Yankees. Well, we go to the third inning. Yankees up 3-1. And Chad Moeller against Andy Pettit. Pitch outside. On the Modell scoreboard, 3-2-0, leading 1-2-0. Modell's the official sporting goods retailer of the New York Yankees. High fly ball, shallow left, coming on Melky Cabrera. 1 out. Time for the Toyota text poll. Tonight's question is, do you think Derek Jeter will reach 4,000 hits for his career? And the choices are simple. 1, yes, 2, no. You can text your vote to 58772. Standard text messaging rates apply. Well, Al, 2 years ago, Derek told Gene Michael, Yankee advisor, hey, Stick, do you think that I could play 10 more years? This is when he was 33. And Stick said, well, he says, I don't think he could play it at shortstop. Derek said, yeah, I know, I understand, but do you think I could hit and play competitively for 10 more years? Stick says, well, if you keep yourself in shape, Derek says, I'm playing 10 more years. So he expects to play 8 more years after this. And if he plays 8 more years after this, that'll take him to 43. And if he averages, I think, 175 hits a year, he'll get to 4,000 hits. Same age, Pete Rose, and Derek Jeter has more hits, 27-21 to 26-45. Scored more runs and a higher batting average. Now the question is, Al, does Derek Jeter have the type of personality where he would take being a diminished player in order to stick around?
I think so. Look, if what you just said there with Stick Michael is where his head is at, and we know how he's played. It's been exemplary on and off the field. He works hard. The fact that he wants to play until he's 43, 44?
Yeah, 43.
The assumption is it'll be fun to watch, but for him to assume that when you get older, because it does not get easier, obviously, you slow down, your bat speed. The reason why there might be a shot because of his approach to his at-bats. He's not a guy that really has ever utilized the left side of the field for the most part. He'd pick a spot in an at-bat where he'll try to get the barrel of the bat out front if he knows a guy pounds him inside.
And Brian Roberts cannot hold up, so he strikes out against Pettit.
So I think there's a chance that he can maintain that 170, 180 hits as he needs. Good hard slider coming down and in. Roberts couldn't lay off.
Remember, one of the things that people said about Tiger Woods one day catching Jack Nicklaus for the most majors. Well, we'll see how Tiger gets when he's married and has kids, and there are other interests in his life. Now, Tiger's continued to be a dominant golfer since getting married and having 2 kids, but what happens if Derek Jeter gets married and has a couple of kids? Does he want to play till he's 43 and be on the road? Then your priorities change. That's why a lot of ball players, you're retired to be with your kids. You could have still played a couple more years.
Yeah, at least one more. Yeah, that's a good point. And he certainly is not there yet. And it definitely changes the dynamic. I know fans look at their heroes as players and icons and what they see between the line, but obviously they're people and they have lives and feelings, and yeah, that's another side of it that will have some bearing as to his drive.
0-2 count on Cesar Izturis. And the 0-2. 1-2. Popped up. Mark Teixeira in foul territory will make the play for the final out of the third. Derek Jeter will lead off the bottom of the inning. Lou Gehrig has held this record for 72 years. He now shares it with Derek Jeter. Derek Jeter will try to take it as his own next. as he is on the precipice of Yankees history. His family has been there from the start, not just for these games when he's close to the record. Obviously, mom and dad raised him through batting practice to him in the backyard, nurtured him, raised a fine young man, and obviously an outstanding player. 2,721 hits, same as Lou Gehrig. #1 on the Yankees all-time list. 2 captains tied. And Tillman deals. Bounced up there. Defense straight away as Tillman deals just outside. The flashbulbs continue to go off. Jeter struck out in the first inning. And the 2-0. There it is. For 72 years, Lou Gehrig has been the Yankees' all-time hits leader. Now, it's Derek Jeter. The most famous franchise in sports history now has a new all-time hits leader, and that is Derek Jeter, 27-22, and he moves ahead of the legendary Iron Horse, Henry Louis Gehrig. Apropos that the base hit was one of a Jeterian nature. Let's take it to right field, right past the first baseman, and Derek Jeter stands alone atop the Yankees' Mount Olympus. Over 2.5 minutes of a standing ovation by a huge crowd here at Yankee Stadium. That's why they came tonight. That's why they sat through a rain delay. They've watched him grow up. A Rookie of the Year in 1996. And now the Yankees' all-time hits leader. And when you think of the Mount Rushmore of Yankee faces, Derek Jeter's base hit puts him now on that mountain. Lou Gehrig's final hit was on April 29, 1939, and Derek Jeter's record-setting hit on September 11, 2009. And this statement from Yankee owner George Steinbrenner. For those who say today's game can't produce legendary players, I have 2 words: Derek Jeter. Game in and game out, he just produces. As historic and significant as becoming the Yankees' all-time hit leader is, the accomplishment is all the more impressive because Derek is one of the finest young men playing the game today. That combination of character and athletic ability is something he shares with the previous record holder, Lou Gehrig. It adds to the pride that the Yankees and our fans feel today. Every Yankees era has its giants. It's thrilling to watch Derek as he becomes one of the greats of his generation, if not of all time. And that is a statement from the Yankees' principal owner, George M. Steinbrenner. Well, it began for Derek as a Yankee when he was drafted with the 6th pick overall in the first round of the 1992 draft. And here, 17 years later, his parents and sister have been there the whole way, watch and exult in the accomplishment. As Swisher goes down swinging. Al, I asked John Flaherty this. Can you imagine what Dr. Charles and Dorothy Jeter are feeling? You have kids. When your kid does something, I mean, when your kid brings home an A, you're thrilled. Their kid just did something that's historic, and a record that was held for 72 years has been broken, and Derek Jeter's the man who broke it.
Well, and I think, Michael, it says a lot about, as you say, Charles and Dorothy, as his parents, of what he really has represented as a whole, as a person. Not just what we're watching right now and witnessing history, the all-time Yankees hit leader now, surpassing the great Lou Gehrig. It's really how he's handled himself. And, you know, I'm trying to just think about the words of what really has encompassed Derek Jeter as a whole. And I just, as a teammate, part of 05, and had played against him several games, and just to watch him carry himself. You see opposing teams standing and cheering for him. They did with Tampa Bay, and here with the Orioles. He's carried himself with class, dignity, and a true professional. And I really think that says a lot. Not only what he means and how he's able to hit a baseball, but what he's really represented as a whole person. And his father's got to be awfully proud of mother and father.
You also saw up there in the Jeter box was Gerald Williams, Derek's longtime friend, and they came up through the Yankee system together. And there's his Yankeeography. And boy, John Sterling's going to have to do another one because this is not written in full. 1996 Rookie of the Year, World Champion 4 times, 10-time All-Star, 309 career postseason batting average, 6 200-hit seasons. And the season that he passes Lou Gehrig out is one of his finest seasons. He's just doing it all. He has played an unbelievable shortstop. He's hitting over 330, and he's in the discussion when you talk about the American League MVP.
You know, and also, too, he's the type of player, you had mentioned Stick last night about Stick Michael, can I play 10 more years? You know, he also accepts the challenge. And there's been some, you know, people within baseball scouts about his range and what he's, you know, capable or not capable of doing at shortstop. And, you know, he didn't like that. He doesn't want to hear that. So what does he do? He works hard. He's got an unbelievable, impeccable routine, both during the season and in the offseason.
Some threads through baseball history that happened on 9/11. Ty Cobb had his last at bat on 9/11. Pete Rose broke Cobb's career hit record on 9/11 of 85, and now Derek Jeter breaks Lou Gehrig's hit record on 9/11 of 09. Mark Teixeira walked. Derek Jeter was going, so runners on first and second for A-Rod.
You know, and also too, Michael, and I know we've said it and it's been written, and you just, fans, if they watch his post-game interview, you know, he really is about winning. And it sounds kind of cliche, and maybe, you know, it's gratuitous, but he's not about the numbers. And you said it, he wants this to be over as quickly as possible because it's not about that. It's about winning championships. He loves the glorification of winning.
That ovation was over 2.5 minutes, and it could have gone on for a half hour, but there was a game to be played, and you know that Jeter was uncomfortable. The other night, he said he felt uncomfortable that he was showing up Tampa Bay. He's not a look-at-me sort of guy. Now, you look at him because he's so great, but you see, Mariano Rivera, they've been together through the Yankee system, and Mo right there.
You know, and he admitted in the post-game interview that he's not good at stopping and smelling the roses, and you know, it's difficult as an active player. Certainly, you know, his accolades and what he's accomplished here tonight, to really stop and think about, you know, what just transpired, the names that he's passed, because you're always thinking about tomorrow. You're always thinking about, you know, in this case, postseason, win another championship.
His father had told him, sometimes you have to enjoy the journey, the fun of the journey, not only the destination. And I think that Derek Jeter realized how big this was and how much it meant to so many people, Yankee fans, his family, and I think he soaked this in just a bit. Fouled away and out of play.
I hope so. And also, too, Michael, when you get to different stages of your career, and certainly the way Derek Jeter acts and speaks and behaves, you know, as a 35-year-old, forget about as a baseball player, just as people in general, you know, how you think at different stages of your life. And I guarantee he's able to enjoy it much more as a 35-year-old man than, say, 5 years ago or when he first broke in as a young kid, certainly.
And the 2-2 as A-Rod swings and misses. Now, earlier this week, our very own Kimberly Jones spoke with Dr. Jeter about Derek enjoying the journey.
Well, you know, I've talked with Derek, not specifically about Lou Gehrig, but about, you know, living in the moment sometimes, trying to enjoy, you know, some of the things, because, you know, part of the thing is the journey. You know, really, you know, you want to enjoy some of the things along the way. Everything is not reflective. You know, you can take the time to say, hey, you know, pat yourself on the back a little bit and keep going. And that's what I talk with him about, really.
Very wise words from his dad.
Great advice. How often do we walk through life and really stop and forget as to how good it could be in certain moments?
High pop-up. Shallow right center. And PA makes the play. Yankees don't score, but this inning was about Derek Jeter. The Yankee greats, Ruth, Mantle, DiMaggio, Berra, and now Lou Gehrig. Derek Jeter has passed them all, and he stands alone atop the Yankees' all-time hit list. Congratulations.
I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
Derek Jeter's a pretty lucky man. He's had a very good life, and he's led a good life. He's been with the Yankees since the beginning of his career. Came up through their system, drafted in the first round, dreamed as a child when he visited his grandmother in New Jersey about playing for the Yankees, wanted to be the Yankees shortstop. And his scout that scouted him since he was a junior in high school, Dick Roach, was asked by the Yankee brass, well, if we draft Derek Jeter, I mean, is he going to go to the Yankees or is he going to go to Michigan? Because he also had a scholarship offer to play baseball at Michigan. And Dick Roach said the only place this kid is going is to Cooperstown. Sounds like he was right. Yeah, there's a strike.
That must have been a good scene. But in the war room, they're deciding who to draft into the pick in 1992, and everybody's throwing around names. And Derek Jeter, he's going to University of Michigan. Dick Roach said, no, he's not. He's going to Cooperstown. That's a great story.
And Markakis walks. Well, we told the story the other day. There were 5 teams that picked ahead of the Yankees in 1992. The Astros, the Indians, the Expos, the Orioles, and the Reds. Now, all 5 of the kids that were drafted before Jeter were college players. Derek Jeter was a high school player. A lot of teams don't like to take a chance on a high school player because you have to project. And Derek, when he was drafted, was about 150 pounds, 6'2", so he was a rail. The Astros, their head scout that scouted that area was Hal Newhouser, who was a pitcher, great pitcher for the Detroit Tigers in the 40s, on their TNT staff. And Newhouser kept telling the Astros, you've got to take Jeter. This is the guy. I stake my reputation. You've got to take Jeter with the #1 pick. They didn't want to go with a high school player. They took Phil Nevin. The next day, Hal Newhouser quit and never scouted again. That's how much he believed in Derek Jeter. Astros took Phil Nevin. The Indians took Paul Shuey. The Expos took Billy Wallace. The Orioles took Jeffrey Hammonds, and that was important. I'll tell you why. And then the Reds took Chad Mottola. The reason it was important that the Orioles took Jeffrey Hammonds, because when I was talking to Dick Roach the other day, he said the Yankees were a little wary about taking a high school player as well. And they told me that if Hammonds is available, it's going to be a flip of the coin. So Roach kind of heaved a sigh of relief when the Orioles took Hammonds. He wasn't sure if the Reds would take Jeter because they had Barry Larkin. They passed him. They took Mottola. And then Jeter fell right into the Yankee lap on the #6 pick.
Really? So Jeffrey Hammonds out of Stanford,
yep.
Local kid, Scotch Plains, New Jersey.
Now, Jeter's journey, the first year in the minors was so bad that he was calling home every couple of days crying. This is Derek Jeter. $400 phone bill he ran up crying, saying, I want to come home. He was homesick. He said, I don't think I could do it. I think the Yankees wasted their money. Not too good with the statement there, Derek. And then, as Nolan Reimold goes down swinging, he needed 4 hits on the final day of the minor league season to finish over 200. Then the next year he had 58 errors at shortstop. But then he started to fill out. He was a leader right away. The people could see that he handled failure well, which you have to do in baseball, because even if you're great, you fail 7 out of 10 times. First year with the Yankees, minor league system, he was 160 pounds, pretty much what he was there in his senior year in high school. Got his first chance in the big leagues in 1995, and then some serendipity because of the misfortune of somebody else. The Yankees planned the 96 team going to make Jeter the shortstop, but Tony Fernandez was still on the team. He was going to be their second baseman. Backup was going to be Mariano Duncan. But there was always that thought, if Jeter starts off slowly, and then the Yankee front office knows we've got Tony Fernandez, they might just move him in at shortstop. Anyway, Fernandez broke his elbow in spring training. He was out, let Jeter breathe. Jeter got off to that great start in Cleveland. Mariano Duncan was the guy who coined the phrase, we play today, we win today, and the rest, as they say, is 2,722 hits.
To reflect and think about the what ifs, and all careers, but certainly very few in baseball come close to what Derek Jeter has accomplished and will continue to accomplish. I think that the scenarios or the possibilities that could take place as to who drafts you and when, and opportunity, even right down to coach that you had or some sort of inspiration, a teammate? You mentioned Gerald Williams is here tonight. How many guys that have influenced him other than his mother and father as a man and also as a player? All goes into the complete makeup of a baseball player or a person.
Also, so many things. If you make a right, your life changes. If you make a left. In the offseason after the 95 season, the Mariners said, you know, we'll trade you Felix for Mariano Rivera. This way you'll have a shortstop. They considered it because they didn't know if Jeter was ready. They decided, no, Jeter's ready. Let's not trade this guy Rivera for Fermin. And again, how would Yankee history have changed if they make that trade and Fermin as a shortstop? Jeter never gets his chance, and Mariano's in Seattle. So again, you make a right, your life changes. You make a left, it changes as well. Nice play by Posada.
Ooh, almost double up there. Steals it at first. Posada making a right turn behind home plate, lining it up, getting close to the foul territory, tracking it. There's his view.
Well, here's the New York State Smokers Quit Line quiz. Derek Jeter knocks his 2,500th career hit on August 22nd of last year. Which team did he do it against? Next stop, next milestone for Jeter is hit number 3,000. He should get that sometime during the 2011 season, early in the 2011 season. Here's Luke Scott. And the count 0-1. Now it's raining again, so they've got to complete 5 for that hit to count.
And A-Rod's 3-run bomb.
We're allowed to do this all over again. So they definitely want to get this game in.
See if Andy Pettit stays away on Luke Scott. He ended up in a 1-2 count, tried to come inside. Luke Scott almost hit it out of the ballpark, left right center field.
Al, what was the view of Jeter from the other side? Like when you played for the Mets and you played against them in the World Series, what did the opposition think?
Cool, calm, a professional, a guy who had walked the talk by playing the game right. Never said anything dumb to the press. You never heard anything, you know, even that wasn't in the press that guys eventually hear through teammates. Hey, this guy's, you know, ABC and watch out for whoever. Never. That's what, you know, really the consistency of his behavior I've been most impressed with. Think about it, 14 years since he's come up?
96. Yeah.
14 seasons. You know, nothing has really, you know, stuck out and said, you know, geez, I wish he didn't say that, or could he take it that back? And he was a thorn in my side.
How much of a thorn, you say? 16 hits and 35 at bats, 457 and a home run. Why that much of a thorn?
You know, I thought my strength was his weakness inside. You know, because he, you know, as we just saw, the going ahead of Lou Gehrig. He likes that ball away, and I wasn't good away. I tried to come inside and didn't do it enough. What did you say, 16 for 35?
It's unbelievable.
He the home run in the World Series too. It was fun, you know. And his bats are always such a challenge, even to this day. I mean, it's constantly a grind. And when you're facing Derek Jeter, a lot of the Yankee hitters, it's been that approach. Never give up at a bat. You never felt like Derek Jeter was just going to throw it away. Well, those are your great hitters. I mean, you go right down. Anybody should be pushing on 3,000 hits. I'm going to tell you, there are very few times that they actually just throw the bat away. Meaning flail out of first pitch, or you know, not really have a plan. A little emergency hack from Luke Scott. That staying away here, I think Andy saw missing inside in the previous at bat. See that? Say emergency hack. He puts his foot down, Luke Scott, and then just hopes to foul it off. He's not trying to go to left field. Most of his hits are all to right field anyway. Stay out there. Pound that outside corner.
And the count 3-2. Tampa Bay at the Red Sox postponed because of rain, so they did not get that one in. That one is lined into right center field. It is a base hit. Markakis will go to third. Throw comes into Cano. A single for Scott, who was 2 for 2 against Pettit.
Well, this ball was trying to go away because of the slider, less velocity. Now this ball, if he's staying on the ball like a Markakis, who would have driven the ball left field, but he's strong enough to get it far enough out to right center field, just flicking that ball. Again, pulling the baseball. Good hitting. That's not what the hitter tries to do as far as driving it, but was able to get enough of the barrel of the bat on the ball.
Big healthy cut by Wieters. Now it's 0-2. Now after Jeter's milestone hit, the Yankees have some business. They haven't won a game. So now it shifts away from Derek, and Andy's trying to hold on to a 3-1 lead. Missed outside. Pitch count's getting up there, 66 pitches, and we're here in the 4th inning. 41 strikes, 25 balls.
He's only got the 1 walk his last start. 2 starts ago, he almost had the perfect game against the Orioles. He had 5 walks. Unlike Andy Pettit, the guy that walks too many people against Toronto, up in Toronto.
The 2-2. Grounded toward Jeter. He's going to go the short way, gets the force at second, and that'll do it here in the 4th inning. No runs to hit, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We go to the bottom of the 4th. 3-1 Yankees. Derek Jeter notched his 2,500th career hit on August 22nd, 2008. Which team did he do it against? And the answer is the Orioles of Radames Liz.
Of course.
Should have known that. As we go to the bottom of the fourth inning, Yankees lead 3-1, and we're joined by a very special guest in the booth, a friend as well, not just a guest. She's a friend, and she also happens to be the wife of the Yankee man. And you know what? He's the husband of her.
That's right. That's right.
And that is our good friend Kim Girardi, and we'll talk with Kim in a moment. Posada fouls it away. Well, there is Kim right in the middle of us, and she's wearing her blue hair extension. Obviously, you could tell that Joe Girardi outkicked his coverage. So let's talk about what you're doing on Saturday, which is tomorrow, September 12th, at the stadium. It's a great cause, and we wanted to have you on to talk about it.
Well, thank you. Tomorrow we're going to be accepting donations in exchange for blue hair extensions,
which we're all wearing.
Yes.
And I actually think that we look pretty good.
We didn't see yours, Mike.
You didn't see? Okay. All right. How's that?
Yeah, looks cool.
Nice, right? Yeah. And Kim has hers like a headband. Looks like a flash dancer.
Watch it, Michael.
Cabaret, baby.
All right, so now when you get the hair extensions, what happens?
When you get the hair extensions, then you'll be supporting stomach cancer, and you'll have an opportunity to bid on some items that are wonderful. They're signed by some of the players, some Yankee greats like Yogi Berra, Johnny Damon, Alex, and we're just going to have a great time and bring awareness to a cancer that not a lot of people know much about.
Now, why are you involved in this? Because Joe was telling me that your sister has gone through this, right?
Yes, she did. My sister was diagnosed in the spring with stage 3 stomach cancer. And as anyone knows that's been through cancer, it really turns your world upside down. So she is cancer-free, and we are so thankful, and we want to bring awareness to stomach cancer. So she's actually flying in. She's here, landed tonight, and she'll be joining us tomorrow.
Now, let me explain the blue hair extensions, because this color blue is the color that represents stomach cancer, right?
Yes, yes it is.
Okay, so now they could get these extensions where exactly can they show up at the stadium tomorrow to help support this cause?
Okay, the hair extensions are donated by SoCap USA and Bedford Hills Salon, Kid Styles, and you can get them at the H&R Suite Lounge, as well as the terrace level across from Section 329.
Now, where is the H&R Suite Lounge in the ballpark, do you know?
It's on the suite level,
okay,
in the middle of the suites.
Robinson Cano with a sweet swing gets himself a single to right field. So now when you buy the hair extension, you can also purchase raffle tickets, right? To get the signed stuff?
I think we're going to do it as a silent auction. So you'll have an opportunity to make a bid for anything that's available, like something from Johnny Damon, CC Sabathia, and they'll be available at both booths. So you can go to either location.
Okay.
How about something cool from tonight, Kim?
Yes. How about
a game ball? They have all the little authentication of the balls tonight.
I think that's a great idea,
Derek
Al.
Jeter signed tonight's one of the balls.
I think Al's going to get that for us and have that available tomorrow.
I think your husband has a better shot than I do. As a matter of fact, I'm sure of it.
It's going to be a great day tomorrow. We hope everyone can come out and support us.
Now, what time is it going to be again? I want to make sure people know, because there's going to be a big crowd like there always is at the stadium. So if they get here, what time are you starting at the booths?
The hair extensions will be available from 11 to 2 p.m. And then at 2 p.m., I believe on the scoreboard, they're going to announce the winners of the auction items.
Okay.
Yep.
So it's not a raffle, it's silent auction items, which is really neat. And I've heard that Tino has signed stuff, and Derek Jeter, every Yankee obviously. I mean, when you manager the Yankees, you kind of have ins and stuff like that.
Yeah, just a little.
Yeah, so you can ask them to sign, and they're not going to say no because you take them right out of the line.
Now, Kim, are these the only color hair extensions, or are there other?
No, this is the only color available because it is the color of stomach cancer. It's a good color for you, Al.
I like it.
Really, Al, did you want another color? I don't understand.
Maybe, I don't know.
You can purchase more than one, though.
It really is a great look for you, Al.
That's what I'm thinking. Take it to the club.
Oh, my goodness. See what I put up with, Kim?
I don't know how you do it.
I don't either. The 1-2 is swung on and foul tipped as Melky goes down swinging. You must be excited about this year. Last year, obviously, the Yankees didn't make the playoffs, but Joe's doing a great job, and so is the team. So as the wife, I mean, you're just as involved in this. You must be very proud of how he's done.
Yes, I'm proud of everyone. It's really been a fun year. We have a wonderful group of ladies that support their husbands, and I feel real blessed to be a part of it.
Now, Joe was complaining the other day that he was a little bit perturbed that he doesn't have enough hair to clip the hair extension on.
I know. Well, whose fault is that?
Have you told him to grow his hair longer, Kim? I keep telling him, grow it out.
I know. We discuss it. If it gets even a quarter of an inch, it's too long, and, you know, he gets hot and he has to go get it shaved.
He never sweats, though. He's actually told me he has actually never sweated in his life.
He said that.
That's what he said, because he knows I always sweat when we do the Joe Girardi show. He goes, you know, I never sweat.
What's he do when he works out?
He said, you know, I've seen him in the workout room in the hotel. He does not sweat.
He's not working hard enough.
Oh, yeah, him.
He's got about 3% body fat.
Yeah, he's great, Jack LaLanne.
Yeah, the chubby guys say that.
All right, before the inning ends, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. tomorrow at Yankee Stadium. It's for a great cause, help support stomach cancer awareness. It's hosted by Kim and Kid Styles of Bedford Hills, and there's Joe. And it was hooked to the hat. Let's not lie. There's no hair there to hook it to. So you can buy the hair extensions to support stomach cancer. All proceeds go to the Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center and the Robert H. Lurie Comprehensive Cancer Center of Northwestern University. As Brett Gardner beat it out.
Well, he's been struggling a bit, but sometimes this is all it takes. A nasty curveball hustle. Brett Gardner's got plenty of wheels. Tillman not getting over there quickly enough. A little shuffle. See the little loop in it? Too much for Brett Gardner. Nice play. Good call by Wally Bell, the first base umpire. You saw Tillman just take a little too much time. Great hustle.
Kim, do you get more nervous watching him manage or watching him play when he played?
Oh, when he played.
Really?
I actually get the most nervous when I watch my son.
Dante. Well, here's Derek Jeter. He is the new Yankee all-time hits leader with 2,722 hits. His last time up in the third inning, a single inside first base moves him into first place on the all-time list, passing Lou Gehrig. Now, though, he wants to get a base hit to drive in a run as the Yankees are leading 3-1. We're in the bottom of the fourth inning. And the pitch is low, 1-0. Well, number 2 is now number 1. And as all you kids watching know, 2 comes before 4, and that's exactly the way it is. 27-22, Lou Gehrig 27-21, and that's a pretty impressive list right there. All the way down to Bernie Williams. And the 1-0. Inside, 2-0. Now, I know that Joe's making up the lineup at 11 a.m., but is he going to drop by a booth, maybe do a pop-in?
Oh, yeah. I don't know about that. He's not too busy at that time.
No, not at all. You got Cano at second and Gardner at first. 2 men out. We're in the bottom of the fourth inning. It's 3-1. Yankees. Hellman is lined to right field. Another base hit for Jeter. Cano rounds third. He's coming home. He'll score. And Gardner's out oversliding at third. Derek Jeter just sets another record. He breaks his old one and moves further ahead of Gehrig on the all-time list. And the Yankees move further ahead of the Orioles. They lead 4-1. Kim, thank you so much for dropping by. Tomorrow from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. help support stomach cancer awareness. And it's going to be from, as I said, those 3 hours, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. And the silent auction, all these great items. Kim, thanks a lot.
Thanks so much for having me.
You got it. That's Kim Girardi. Yankees and Kim's husband are leading 4-1. Thank you, Bob. Top of the 5th inning. Felix PA took a pitch low 1-0. Yankees are leading 4-1. Brett Gardner was out 9-5, so another outfield assist for Nick Markakis, his 13th of the year. And another base hit for Derek Jeter. On the Lexus scoreboard, 4-6-0 Yanks, 1-3-0 for the O's. Felix PA, Chad Moeller, and Brian Roberts, 8-9-1 in the Oriole order. Well, I don't know if they have a printing machine here in the stadium, Al. And here's the Markakis 13th assist. And really, it's a weird scoring because obviously Gardner's in there. He just overran the bag and got tagged out after that. But they got these out in a hurry. The all-time hits leader, Derek Jeter. 27-22 hits and counting, and now it's 27-23. But those T-shirts are already out here at the ballpark.
There you go. Take it.
And the 3-2. And Felix PA walks. Now, you've pitched in World Series games before. Obviously, the focus on a World Series game is you have to win. But you've pitched in games that have distractions as well. Is it tough for Andy Pettitte to just stay focused? There's so many other things going on. He actually was one of the first guys out to congratulate Jeter after the hit. So how does a pitcher keep his focus?
You know what? It's a great question, and I think it really deviates from where your mind needs to be. As you said, he went out, he was part of it, a longtime teammate of Derek, and everybody in the stadium has been caught up in it. But eventually what you separate is that you are there to make pitches, you're on the mound, you're trying to get a win, you're doing all the things that's necessary, keep your pitch count down. You know, Andy Pettitte, World Series champion, and been in some great big moments, certainly is able to separate the two, but periodically you do get caught up in it. There's no question about it. And it's a focus. Andy has that ability. You see his glare. He pulls his hat down, looking over his glove. He's got a tremendous laser-type concentration that's necessary. There's a look, knowing what he wants to do. Let's get a win on the line. He'll have a chance to tie his what he won last year. 14-14. He's having a good year.
You know, an impressive stat for me, Andy is 13-6. That's a good year. I'm sure he'd like his ERA to be a little bit lower. Came in at 4.10. He's made 28 starts this year. Team's 20-8 in his starts. That's how you keep score. The team does not lose when he pitches. They're 20-8, which is outstanding. Trying to go 21-8. There's a strike.
Yeah, there's a lot of discussion as to what is the most important statistic. You look around even the American League this year, to be interesting as to who wins the American League Cy Young. A lot of people still believe Zach Greinke of Kansas City, even though he has the 13 wins. Behind the CC Sabathia, what Verlander has done with the Tigers. You, as a pitcher, you can only control what you can control. Obviously, if you got a bad defense or your offense is anemic, you're not going to get the wins. There you see the winning percentage this year. The 20-8 is fantastic. But I also have got, they say, well, ERA and dominant strikeouts. That's really important. In some circles, they say it's more important than wins, because wins, if you have a terrible offense, you're not going to win a whole lot unless you win 1-0, which some of the more dominant pitchers have done in years past. Steve Carlton did it with the Phillies. But there's also guys that pitch to the scoreboard. So it's not always indicative of your performance.
I'm glad you brought that up because so many people are married to ERA being the final barometer of how a guy pitches. And I know veteran pitchers, and one of the prime examples to me is one of the best big game pitchers I've ever seen, Jack Morris. If his team scored him 6, he'd invariably give up 5. If they scored him 2, he'd give up 1. So if his ERA was higher, it was because he wanted it to be higher. If he had to shut a team out, he could shut a team out. So I don't think you should be married to ERA.
I agree, and I'll give you an example. You know what Michael's saying is that if you're, especially in a blowout, either way, certainly when you're ahead. Now, if Andy Pettitte was up 7-0 right now, and he's in a 3-1, 2-0, 2-1 count, hitters count, you'll see have the propensity to throw a fastball. You're not thinking corner. You don't want to walk him. And you'd be more inclined to give a pitch for the hitter to hit. And even if he drives it out of the park in a 10-1 game, now it's 10-3. Yes, his earned run average goes up, but he'd rather have not a home run, but he'd rather attack the hitter than to pitch around. You'll see guys in fastball counts, even with a big score in their favor, they'll still throw a 3-1 slider or a 2-0 changeup and continue to pitch. And that's the fine line. And Jack Morris did not do that. Pitched according to the score. And others, I think Dave Stewart was another guy that used to do that.
Runner goes. That one is lined to left field. It is a base hit. So Felix Piet is going to go to third. Melky throws the ball to second. Jeter cuts it, also a base hit for Moeller. And the Orioles have runners on the corners now and nobody out.
Listen, Cutter tried to get it in on the hands of Chad Moeller. You see it middle of the plate. Posada reaching out over. Again, it's in a 3-2 count situation. Andy not wanting to walk him. Chad Moeller not the best hitter, although it's 264 with 2 home runs coming into tonight. Veteran backup catcher. Now he's in a situation with his pitch count rising, and obviously as a starting pitcher you have to get through 5 innings in order to be pitcher of record.
And with rain in the forecast, you have to get through 5 innings to have an official game, or at least the top of this inning. When you're leading, it has to be 4.5. High fly ball, left field. Cabrera makes the catch. Tagging is PA. He'll score easily. The throw comes into second. So it's a sac fly for Roberts, and the Yankee lead is now 4-2. Yankee fans on the go won't miss another inning with live Yes Network games on their PCs and laptops. If you're a Verizon Fios TV customer with Fios Internet who watches Yes, log on to YesNetwork.com, Yankees.com, or Verizon.net/yes to get more information and sign up for your subscription now. Jonathan Albaladejo. The black eyes are starting to fade after getting hit in the face. Playing catch with Edouard Ramirez. The 1-0.
Was he paying attention?
The ball moved, is what I'm told, and it hit him right in the middle of the eyes. And Joe Girardi for a while called him the largest raccoon in the world.
You know, guys, when they play catch, they mess around with knuckleballs and split fingers and pitches they don't use.
Now, did you have black eyes when you were hit with that long fly ball while you were running in the outfield?
My left eye.
Didn't get both.
Yeah, hit him. Must have hit him in the big.
Right over that left eye, just the bridge of the left eye, I believe. And he actually was not called up for 2 or 3 days because he wouldn't have been able to pitch. Well, Andy's now working himself into trouble as it's first and second with 1 man out. And the dangerous Nick Markakis is coming up. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the aforementioned New York Yankees. Last time the Yankees had Andy Pettitte on the mound against the Orioles, it was Nick Markakis who broke up the no-hitter after the error by Hairston. And then Melvin Moore hit a home run in the 8th inning to break the shutout. And now Posada wants to talk with Pettitte.
Just forcing it right here, but Posada always will pick his spot and find a good opportunity to come out to his pitcher, calm him down, usually see something in delivery. Right now it's a matter of just for Andy to be aggressive and make his pitches. Markakis, career-wise, coming into today was .333 with 2 home runs, 10 for 30 off of Pettitte. Makes him so tough to hit. A lefty on lefty, right-handed batter doesn't batter. Got fooled out in front of that breaking ball. Andy took enough off. You see Markakis just flailing at it. Guys that use the whole field are the toughest to get out. They hit the ball where it's thrown.
I was wondering now, when it was pouring as much as it was in the first inning, if it was a proper decision to start the game. But now that it's cleared up, obviously they do get the game in, which is important. Need 2 more outs to make it official, but it looks like that will happen. Nub up the third baseline, going to be trouble, and it's going to be a base hit. A seeing eye squibber base hit for Markakis, and the bases are loaded.
A good hit like that, you'll hear the bench living good right there. It's off the end of the bat, flails at it. You see him just reaching out front. Alex Rodriguez has no chance. Obviously, he's got to put it in his pocket. Very frustrating for Andy Pettitte to give up a hit like that. Make a good pitch, part of the game.
Now he's going to go from the full windup against Nolan Reimold, who's 0 for 2. This will be the 25th pitch of the inning. And there's a strike. You always see Posada. It's one of the tricks of his trade. When his pitcher is rushing, not throwing strikes, he goes to a breaking ball because that slows everything down. A lot of catchers do it. A lot of good catchers do that. And the 1-1 goes again, and the count 2-1.
You know, and also too, Michael, you know, when you're struggling as a pitcher, especially when you get in fastball counts, you don't want to shake to get to the off-speed pitch. And as you mentioned, Posada recognizing that, not only does it slow the pitcher down, but you have more confidence in it, knowing that maybe at that time you don't feel good about your fastball. You've been throwing it for balls, spraying it off the plate, so you have more conviction behind the breaking ball.
He's really having trouble with the plate right now. Bases loaded this year against Andy. Opponents hitting 1 for 11. So he certainly had the upper hand in these spots. There's a strike. He gets away from Posada, but Moeller stays put. So now the count is full with 1 out. Moeller at third, Torres at second, Markakis at first. One man out, 3-2 count on Reimold. And the pitch. Chop back to Pettit, off his glove. He's firing home, and they get the force. Nice play by Andy Pettit, 2 away.
Well, as a pitcher here, Andy Pettit realizing he can get out of this if he just feels it cleanly, pulls his head off a little bit, makes a quick throw. At that point, it's just a matter of realizing you're not going to get the double play. Gets in on the hands of Reimold, deflected off of his glove. Good play for him. Nice play for Posada, too. I don't know if he actually saw that ball go into his glove, hooking that ball. Stays on the plate, I think. Maybe he dragged his toe across home plate.
Kerwin Danley, the home plate umpire, thought so. So they're out at the mound now just to give Andy Pettit some time to collect himself. And there are those 3 old guard Yankees, Posada, Jeter, and Pettit. Came up through the system together, know each other well, and I guess he's got a long, big toe.
Yeah. I think he pulled the ball. You're right, Kerwin Danley, he's the only one that matters. Good play for Posada getting it. So one replay, he got blacked out by the runner.
And the pitch to Moore. Nice strike. And the 0-1. And it clips Moore. That's going to force in a run. And now the Yankee lead is 4-3. And Mora is hurt.
Andy driving that cutter like it got him in the back elbow, in the inside part of his elbow.
And he's still doubled over in pain. That's a live shot, so that's how long he's been down like that. Trainer Richie Bansils and manager Dave Tremblay.
Danger of obviously getting hit in the elbow areas. It's right on the tip or the end. They're hitting the bony part. Concerned about a bone bruise. If it gets in the forearm area or the inside part of the elbow, a little meatier. Well, either way, this would be Andy Pettit's last batter. I got to believe 99 pitches, struggling through this inning.
And Luke Scott has had 2 hits against him already, Al. What are you seeing though? Why is he struggling right now? Is it just falling out of sync?
You know, I see him not being aggressive with his fastball. He's gotten in bad counts, and then he ends up not being precise with his location on the fastball. Then you become defensive. Saw Posada calling some breaking balls to get him back into the count. It's about being aggressive and pounding the zone like that. Good pitch. Kerwin Danley calling that off the plate.
He's already thrown 33 pitches this inning. He's had 101 on the game. Very high numbers for the 5th inning. And the 1-1. Now 1-2.
I mean, the combination for any pitcher is that you establish your fastball, throw strikes with it, get ahead, and then you can expand. And any time a hitter is behind in the count, he's in defensive mode. That's when you'll see hitters not swing at a hitter's pitch and end up swinging at the pitch off the plate.
And the 1-2. Grounded, right side. Grabbed there by Cano. Fires to Teixeira, got him. Big time play by Robinson Cano to save the Yankee lead. But the Orioles score 2 runs and they leave the bases loaded. Ranges to the glove side. Fires a strike to Teixeira. And Andy Pettitte is pumped up. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning, and on the Lexus scoreboard, the Yankees are leading 4-3, 4-6-0, leading 3-5-0. So now we got a ball game at 4-3. Swisher, Teixeira, and Alex Rodriguez against Chris Tillman. Grounded to first. Scott takes it himself. 1 down. Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by J&R Music and Computer World, and by Toyota, the official hybrid vehicle of the New York Yankees. Al, did you ever in your career take the mound and try to stop somebody from getting a milestone?
Yeah.
Who?
Mark McGwire.
What was he at?
He was. It was in late August at Busch Stadium, the year he broke Roger Maris's home run record.
Right.
And I remember C.B. Buckner was behind the plate. He didn't get a hit. And I think I walked him once, a couple strikeouts. But ball, they booed, and strike, they booed. Anything other than him swinging.
So what was he
then
at?
They booed when he swung.
Was he at 60?
You know, Michael, I'm not sure, but I know it was late, so he was, I don't know. What did he end up, 70?
70.
He might have been close to 60. I don't know if he had 10 in the month of September. And I remember it was cool because it was all about he's not hitting a home run.
And that's what you came out there saying, he's not going to hit a home run off.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want him to hit a home run. So, and I didn't want to walk him either because it was the challenge of.
Right.
Same thing the year Barry broke his record. It was at Shea Stadium, and I pitched to him as well because that was when teams were pitching around him and both those moments. But I remember that because it was at his stadium, McGwire, and it was late in the year.
And Teixeira down looking. Tillman has certainly bounced back. That's for sure. Well, celebrate the inaugural season on Yankee Stadium tomorrow, September 12th, when the Yankees take on the Orioles. The first 18,000 fans in attendance will receive a Yankees luggage tag, courtesy of Stone Mountain Accessories. Now for tickets, log on to Yankees.com. Visit the Yankee Stadium ticket window, Yankees clubhouse shops, or call Ticketmaster at 877-469-9849.
Oh, Michael, I thought it was further. Well, it was August 10th. He was only at 46 home runs.
So you refuse to give up that 47.
Yeah.
Here's Alex. High pop-up. Boy, is that up there.
Yeah, but kind of on the, it's a sideshow where, yes, of course the game matters and you're doing everything possible to win the game. But you know why most of the people were there. It was all about, him hitting the home run. And certainly the Yankee fans here tonight want to see the Yankees win. But that was a big historic moment. And everybody's focused on Derek Jeter's at bat. As any pitcher, you don't want to be the guy to be the one to give it up, or at least help in the total number.
Along with Al Leiter, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball here on the Yes Network. Derek Jeter has broken Lou Gehrig's 72-year-old Yankees hits record with a single to right in the third inning and then another single in the fourth inning. Yankees are leading 4-3 here in the bottom of the fifth. It's an official game now with the Yankees leading, and rained heavily at the beginning of the game. The start of the game was actually delayed an hour and 27 minutes. And they started it in kind of a heavy driving rain, a mist really, a heavy driving mist, if that makes sense. There's a ground ball to third. Mora charges, Fields fires, and the throw pulled Scott off the bag. We'll see how they score it. And they give him a base hit.
Well, tough play. Melvin Mora coming from deep third base. I don't know whether the effect on that throw had something to do with him getting hit with the ball in the last inning with the backside of his, front side of his right elbow. Just pulling him off the bag. I don't know. Let's see if he had made a good throw. I didn't think the effort where Mora had to go. How far? That was a tough play. See why the Orioles are excited about Chris Tillman talking about Brian Matisse, the pitcher tomorrow for the Orioles, along with this young man here, only 21 years old. What a trade the Orioles made. Eric Bedard went from the Orioles to the Mariners. Those got George Sherrill, who eventually got traded to the Dodgers. Got Adam Jones.
.91 pitches for Tillman. And the count 3-2. goes. 3-2, line drive, base hit. So A-Rod advances the third. Matsui picks up his first base hit. Runners on the corners with 2 outs for Posada.
Matsui getting a fastball outer third, corner, just up enough. Matsui putting a good level swing on it. Not a whole lot of doubt there as to whether Matsui was sitting on the fastball as he should have been. Rick Granitz, Oriole pitching coach.
Well, if this Oriole team is going to take the next step, there's such a dearth of pitching, and if a pitcher comes out on the free agent market, you have to pay a premium, which the Orioles don't want to do. The only way for them to ever be competitive is these young pitchers have to live up to what the scouts and their developmental people think. And if they do, they get a chance. But if they're a bust, I don't know how the Orioles can compete. Alberto Castillo won it.
Well, you said it. Eddie McPhail, head of baseball operations, he's in theory of you grow the arms and you buy the bats. And to your point, that's what they have to do, especially at that ballpark in Camden Yards.
I mean, look what the Yankees had to spend during the offseason to get a number 1 and a number 2 in Sabathia and Burnett. Now, the year before they tried with young players, and Phil Hughes and Ian Kennedy didn't win a game. So if the young players aren't developed, the Yankees can fall back and go into the free agent market. The Orioles have been reluctant to do that.
Well, the Orioles never paid more than $10 million a year for a pitcher.
And they let Mike Messina go, which was a terrible. I mean, there's a homegrown guy, and they wouldn't keep him because Peter Angelos, their owner, is very wary about giving pitchers guaranteed contracts because they think they're going to break down.
Well, you think they're going to break down. They are going to break down. Just as to whether it's 2 years, 3 years, or 15 years. Very few players, pitchers, go an entire career like Mike Messina. Never have been on a day sable list. Great mechanics. Never hurt. It's unheard of.
That's why guys like Tillman and Mattis, they have to make it. If the Orioles are going to compete, they have to make it. And they really like this kid Tillman a lot. 1-2.
They have a few players in the minor leagues that are highly touted across baseball. Jake Arrieta, Troy Patton, David Pauly. As most organizations, they bank on a few of their young arms to emerge.
Strike 3. Posada down looking, and he is not liking that call. So the Yankees strand 2, no runs, 2 hits, and 2 men left, 5 in the books. Yankees are leading 4-3 here in the Bronx. It is break time. Time for a fresh brewed cup of coffee. At Yes, we get our Green Mountain K-Cup coffee system from the same people who bring us our office supplies. WB Mason. Who but? Well, now Joe Girardi's going to mix and match. He gets 5 innings out of Andy Pettit. He's got a lot of guys in the bullpen. He's going to start off with Damaso Marte, and he's been very impressive since he's come back. And Joe Girardi brings Damaso Marte in when he makes the call to the bullpen, which is brought to you by AT&T. Your World Delivered. Now, the bulk of that 8.10 Al was at the beginning when he was hurting. He took a long time to get better, but he's looked sharp since he come back.
You know, and you look, mostly what I would look for is his command early in the count, because this is going to be an opportunity for him to show Joe Girardi and this coaching staff, when you're in critical moments, and as the Yankees are going to have in postseason, you've got to get ahead. This is a matchup type scenario.
That one is ripped to left field. Going back is Cabrera. He's going to turn and play it off the base of the wall. And they will hold Wieters to a single. Nice play by Melky Cabrera. Well, since coming up the DL, Marte in 5 games, 4 1/3. That's the first hit he's allowed. 1 walk, 5 strikeouts.
All right, he gets behind. Let's see this hit. Look, whoa, inside inner half. That ball cut middle of the plate. Now, you know, you could say, okay, well, here they are against the Orioles. Matt Wieters gets a good swing on this. This ball started to die a little bit. I think Melky ended up, he had no shot on it. Had some top spin on it. The rest of the swing there. But this is really a matter of getting consistent work, because it's so important, I think, for any manager to have 2 left-handers down there. They certainly have Phil Koch, who's done an excellent job for him.
Now, one thing, though, they're going to bring Marte in playoff games against left-handers. Brought him in there against a switch hitter, Wieters batting from the right side. The important thing to judge, how's he going to do against the Felix PA? Is he going to get out a left-hander? And I think that if you're going to bring in a lefty to work an inning, it's probably going to be Phil Koch in a postseason game. But let's say that the Yankees end up facing the Boston Red Sox, if they're both lucky enough to get to the ALCS. You'll see Marte come in and get David Ortiz, and that might be the only guy he faces. That's going to be his value to the team. Now, speaking of value, David Robertson, who's averaging at about a strikeout and a half per inning, really has been outstanding for the Yankees. He went down to see Dr. James Andrews, looked at the MRI, said there's nothing structurally wrong in there. They want to shut him down for 10 to 14 days, and they think that he could be pitching by the end of the year. If he's pitching by the end of the year, then he could be on the postseason roster. Valuable guy, pitching in the 6th and 7th inning.
And his strikeouts inning have been off the chart. He really has been. Just a really nice story, I think, this year for Robertson. The best strikeout ratio in the American League of any reliever.
Now, Dave Tremblay and the trainer coming out to look at Felix PA. Not sure what's wrong with Felix. Wouldn't he be a perfect player on this year's Yankees? With all the pie they throw? They'd have to call it, PA in the face, but, I mean, it's spelled pie.
Must have been winsome from the perspective where Tremblay and the trainer's been. This is a predisposing injury. I gotta believe, because that swing didn't look like it was really that much. I think it's back a little bit. Yeah. Middle upper back.
They'll leave him in there. Or they're not. So PA is going to lead the game.
Well, the luxury of September call-ups. They have 6 players on the bench.
We'll see who Tremblay goes to. He's got 2 lefties and 5 righties, so he's going to go to one of the right-handers, I would think. Sunday on Yes, don't miss an all-new WB Mason presents the Joe Girardi Show. Get Joe's thoughts on this recent homestand plus as the playoffs get closer. Here are Joe's plans for the coming weeks. It's an all-new Joe Girardi Show Sunday at 5, and it's only on Yes.
Somebody either up in the clubhouse or here at the new Yankee Stadium. Each respective team has a batting cage not too far into the tunnel area.
It really shouldn't take that long. It's the batting cage is right down that walkway. Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by your tri-state area Audi dealers. Audi, the official luxury vehicle of the New York Yankees. Now they're going to send up Jeff Fiorentino. Now, can you explain that one to me, Al? Why would you send up a lefty against Marte when you've got 4 righties on the bench?
Maybe he wants to see how he handles a left-hander. That doesn't make sense, Michael. Obviously, the Yankees or the Orioles are out of it. Last place, they got that solidified. Also, too, a 1-2 count. Do you want to burn a right-handed batter come in? He's in a defensive count as it is.
Nub toward third. Rodriguez will fire across the diamond, not in time, so Fiorentino with a pinch hit single.
That's why he runs like the wind. A little slap from the left side, able to watch him as soon as he hits it, getting out of there, scooting quickly. A little bit of wet grass slows the ball down. I don't think it mattered whether it was a scoop throw or not. This Fiorentino could run.
So now the Yankees are going to play for the bunt with Moeller at the plate. The Yankees are up 4-3. We're in the top of the 6th inning. Moeller with the Yankees for a while last year. Good guy in the clubhouse. Snap throw to second, but diving back is Matt Wieters. Moeller has 1 sack bunt this season.
It's right here for Marte. This is a sacrifice bunt. Your best fastball up in the zone. Hard pitch to bunt on the ground and also keep it soft.
There's a strike.
It's a situation right here. If you're the Yankees, you're trying to obviously not have a successful bunt, depending upon what the play is here. May have Alex Rodriguez hold up or Reed at third base. And as a pitcher with a first and second situation, your responsibility is to the pitcher's mound to third base.
Now there are 2 strikes on Moeller, and he does not like that call.
Well, Posada definitely catches this down out of the zone, but the break through the zone is where Kerwin Danley is looking.
Isn't it weird to throw a breaking ball, though, on a bunt?
I never liked it because I thought it was an easy pitch to bunt because the ball's going down in the zone and it's soft. You could track it.
The 1-2. So the bunt was off after 2 strikes. And for those new to the game, if you bunt foul with 2 strikes, it's a strikeout. Just missed. So now the count is full. Wieters at second, and Fiorentino is at first. Moeller, a .389 hitter against the Yankees, .270 overall. 1 home run and 4 ribbies lifetime against the Yankees. He's 1 for 2 tonight. And the pitch. Walked him. So better than a bunt. Now the bases are loaded, nobody out. There's nobody up in the Yankee bullpen, although there will be someone shortly.
Rob Roberts, the core foundation of this Oriole team. Signed a 4-year deal. Is going to be around for a while. Doubles machine, 50 doubles. This guy has really been able to over 25% of his hits in his career have been doubles. And a baseball family. His dad, Mike Roberts, longtime head coach at University of North Carolina. He's around baseball as just a little kid. Good all-around ball player, true in the true sense of it. Knows the game, plays the game right. Something for Oriole fans to look forward to in the years to come.
Brian with 1,250 hits, and slightly fewer than 25% of them have been doubles. Only one player in Major League history with as many hits as Robert has had a higher percentage of doubles, and that's David Ortiz. 26% of his hits have been doubles. And that one might be another double. At least it's 2 RBIs. It's dropped by Gardner. Roberts will stay at first. It's a 2-run single. Moving to third is Moeller. And the Orioles have taken the lead 5-4.
Well, Roberts getting this change-up backdoor, or either a change-up that cut or a slider that Posada wanted away. But either way, the ball ended up going inside as opposed to where Jorge set his glove up. You see the bobble there from Brett Gardner. Once he immediately bobbled it, good choice to throw the ball into second base. He hit on the heel of his glove, picked his head up, trying to see where the runners were before he actually caught the ball.
They are going to give the error to Gardner to allow the runner to go to third. Abeladeo warmed earlier, up again. So still nobody out. Runners on the corners, and that's going to bring Cesar Izturis up. Foul back.
Certainly not what Marte wanted to do. His last appearance three days ago, so he had plenty of rest.
Line to left field coming on is Cabrera's in at the plate on a hop. Moeller will score. Roberts moves to second. Izturis with an RBI single. Crowd booing as the Yankees are trailing 6-4. So Marte, his first rough outing since coming up the DL.
Well, he's swinging butt, but again, he's missing the location. That's what the concern should be. Even if you're not giving up hard hits, and there was some little bloopers in the swinging bunt, your job for Marte is to know what you're trying to do and make good pitches, and he's off with his command.
And the pitch to Markakis is a strike. So Andy Pettitte will not pick up his 14th win. Right now, the pitcher of record on the losing side is Damaso Marte. Having trouble with his command tonight. Right back to Marte. Goes the second one on to first. Not in time.
Markakis not getting enough of it. If this hit a little bit firmer, this is an easy 1-6-3 double play. Transferred, good firm throw to shortstop, Derek Jeter, but you see the little number off the bunting circle. And Markakis just too fast to not double up.
Now Marte gets booed as he comes off the mound, as Girardi will signal for Abeladeo. First and third, one man out. Nolan Reimold coming up. Stay right here.
dishes on his storied football days, his troubled personal life, and how he's living clean today. It's the premiere of Center Stage featuring Lawrence Taylor tonight after the postgame only on Yes.
Now, I want people to stay up for this because it was supposed to be at 11 o'clock if the game had started on time. We got to stay up for this. This is a really good Center Stage. Not because of me, because of him.
Why?
He was unbelievable. Yeah. He was unbelievable. Albaladeo will face Reimold. Here's how good he was. He keeps asking his agent, when's that Center Stage running? I want to see it. It's the best interview I've ever done.
Really?
Now, don't tap me on that. It's about him.
Yeah, I know it's about him, but you bring it out on people.
When are you going to be on Center Stage?
I'm big enough, big man. I'll be the side guy. I'll give him drinks.
You're going to do. I think we're going to do a little half-hour show called Off Stage. You want to do that?
I'll do that. Behind the stage.
Backstage.
Green room. No, it's a great show. I love it.
Thank you. (6-4) Orioles over the Yankees. Starting to mist a little bit again here at the stadium. The 0-2. One-two. Line to left field. And Melky makes the play. Tagging is Roberts. He's going to score easily. And it's 7-4 O's on the sac fly by Reimold.
Albaladeo trying to get a ground ball pitch. This is a slider that's left up high enough for Reimold to be able to drive that ball. Almost getting it over Melky's head. Good piece of hitting right there. Albaladeo had Reimold in the hole there, 1-2. Just didn't make his pitch. The pitch there, obviously something down in the zone, usually induces a ground ball.
Now Ty Wigginton is going to pinch hit for Melvin Morris, so I guess his right elbow is bothering him. Pitch outside.
Ty Wigginton, another gamer type player. Home runs down. 8 home runs. He had 20 plus with Houston. Did a nice job a couple years ago with Tampa Bay.
And he wraps a single at center field. Markakis stops at second. Been a long inning for the Yankee pitchers as the Orioles will bat around when Luke Scott comes up.
Well, all singles. This would be the 5th single in the inning for the Orioles. Middle of the plate, belt high. Wigginton certainly likes that pitch right there. Driving that ball up the middle.
Along with Al Leiter, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball here on the Yes Network, and we thank you for joining us on this Friday evening. Yankees are trailing 7-4, top of the 6th, as Luke Scott will ground one to Cano. And that'll do it. With the Orioles with 4 runs in the 6th inning and 1 error by the Yankees, they take a 7-4 lead as we go to the bottom of the 6th. Jeter will reach 4,000 hits for his career. You've been texting us at 58772. Let's do this, the wash away here. 74% say yes.
That's big.
26 doubters. 175 hits a year over 8 years will get him to 4,100, something like that.
Stay healthy.
I think he averages about 193, 194 throughout his career so far, 6 200-hit seasons. So a new third baseman is Wigington. And a new center fielder is Fiorentino. And a new first baseman is Michael Aubrey. So the Yankees have some catching up to do. Tillman's still in there. Ground ball. And off the glove of Roberts in the right field. He got victimized by the ball hitting the lip of the grass, and it took an odd hop. That should be a base hit, but we'll see what the official score says.
And also, too, how often the Yankee fans see Robinson Cano make that play. This ball scooting away. Once he got onto the grass, that very last hop right there, yeah, hit on the backside, very front of the grass. I'm certain that the conditions, with it being a little wet, right there, changed the direction of the ball. It would have been a heck of a play if he had made it.
So it scored a base hit for Cano. Yankees are trailing 7-4. Here's Cabrera. And the pitch from Tillman is a strike. And the count 1-1.
Well, the most Tillman has thrown pitch-wise this year is 110 pitches. His last start against Texas, 6 innings, 5 runs.
And that got Melky, and he's going to take first base.
Tillman holding on this curveball a little too long. Bit of Melky on a hop. Couldn't get out of the way either way.
That's going to do it for Tillman. Tillman part of the deal. That sent Eric Bedard to the Mariners. Got them a center fielder in Adam Jones, a great reliever who they've since traded, in George Sherrill, and Chris Tillman, who did a nice job. You come on back, Yankees threatening.
a lot of history, and a lot of memories. Now, the great thing about memories is you're able to pass it along from generation to generation.
And Derek Jeter just gave this generation a new memory in the third inning. He broke Lou Gehrig's all-time hits record for the Yankees, 2,722 hits for Jeter. And then he picked up a hit in the fourth inning, so he's at 27-23. Castillo comes on to face Gardner, and a bunt down the third baseline, and a kicks foul, fielded by Wigginton. And I would say that Jeter's three-hit night on Wednesday and the record breaker tonight, those are the first lasting memories of this new ballpark. I thought the ballpark found its voice in the four-game set against the Red Sox in August. And Wednesday night was its first big memory. And this one in the third inning also into the mental scrapbook of Yankee fans, and also Derek Jeter as his teammates came out on the field to congratulate him. His parents up in the Jeter box cheering as well for their son. And he is now the all-time hits leader for the New York Yankees. The 107-year history of this franchise laden with stars. And Derek Jeter sits atop the 0-1. 1-1. Those are the numbers on Castillo as it starts to rain a bit harder here at the stadium. So Gardner holds up on those two pitches out of the zone.
Gardner trying to bunt the first pitch, almost hit him. Lucky for him, I was able to get the bat on it. You can see why Castillo is so tough against lefties. That sidearm across the body submarine throw. More of a low three-quarter.
Stillman just a spectator right now, hoping his bullpen does the job. Yankees have been death on bullpens. Bullpens against the Yankees 16 and 37, and they have a 6.01 ERA. At that time, our reliever does a good job and strikes out Gardner for the first out. About to bring up Derek Jeter. Let's see if they stay with the lefty Castillo or if they go to the righty Matt Albers.
Number 2.
And Tremblay is going to start to mix and match. He does not have a great bullpen, so he's going to have to squeeze every last ounce out of it. It'll be Albers against Jeter. Can Jeter get another big hit? Yankees trail 7-4 here in the sixth. 107 years, and the names read like a roll call in Cooperstown. Derek Jeter has passed them all. Today he passed Lou Gehrig and is number 1 on the Yankees all-time hit list. And now he comes up, big spot in the game, and he'll face Matt Albers with runners on first and second and 1 man out. Well, it's running a bit, but the sentiment is accurate. 27-22 is history. In fact, it is history. Now it's 27-23.
And counting.
Every hit he gets, he sets a new record and raises the bar a little bit higher for future Yankees. Some might be in their cribs right now, and they'll have to aim for Derek Jeter's final number, whatever that may be. Jeter 2 for 3 tonight. Cano at second, Cabrera at first. 1 man out. And the count 1-0. This night will be sweeter for Jeter if, in fact, the Yankees can pull off a win. That's why I didn't mind going 0 for 12 earlier in the week, because the Yankees won all 3 games. Count 2-0.
Not much of a history here between Albers and Derek Jeter. 1 for 4 bats isn't enough of a body of work. Albers, good, strong fastball guy. Derek could look for fastball somewhere that he likes and give it a rip.
Tougher for batters and the pitchers with a somewhat cakey mound as the rain continues to fall here at the stadium. And the count 2-2. Driven the other way, foul.
And this is a perfect approach right here as to why Derek Jeter, who knows how this all plays out. We just did our text poll. 76% of the people think 4,000 hits is possible. But he stays on the ball, and his whole approach is right center. It's tough for that kind of approach for a hitter to really get in long slumps, because you see the ball, you're not trying to do a whole lot. Albers' fastball, he was late. Now that slider a little closer to fair territory.
That one's grounded to short. There's one. On to first. And a nice scoop there by Aubrey to complete the double play. So Jeter bangs into a 6-4-3 twin killing as Albers gets the ground ball he needs. No runs a hit, no errors. And because of this DP, 1 man left on base. Let's go to the 7th. And the Yankees are down 7-4. Well, as we go to the 7th inning, we think it's a perfect time to take a look at the Land Rover drive of the game.
Way back in the 1st inning, Alex Rodriguez, high fastball. This ball is crushed. It's way out of here down the left field line. 25th home run, 83rd RBI on the season for Alex Rodriguez, the Land Rover drive of the game.
Well, the Yankees' extraordinary ground crew, led by Danny Cunningham, is doctoring up the mound. So Edouard Ramirez could take his warm-ups. Now, before we move on to the 7th inning, Al Leiter to me has always been a fascinating guy. I've known him since 1987. And I was watching him keep score before, and I took a look at his pen. Now, I couldn't believe it. I hope that you could see this, so I'm going to really hold it up to the camera. His pen has a little name on it. It says Susie.
No, you can't see it, Michael. Too close.
Can't see it? How's that? Can you see it? It just says Susie. Unfortunately, why does your pen right there say Susie?
It must have been Susie's pen.
But who's Susie?
I don't know.
Did you take it from your daughter's book bag, and she probably borrowed it from her friend Susie, S-U-Z-I-E?
That could be it. You know what? We're going to get to the bottom of this, because I didn't even notice it there. You was like, who's Susie?
And it's so neat, too.
Know,
so Susie's
tight.
a very neat little kid.
You're right, tight.
Yeah, this is not an adult, because an adult wouldn't do this.
It's not a crayon, right?
Anyway, Edouard Ramirez warming up, 17 games, 4.58. He spent a lot of time in the minors. This guy's a two-pitch pitcher. He's going to throw your fastball and the change. And I've always said with him, Al, if you guess right, you're going to hit him. And he's also got to throw strikes. But if you guess right, if you sit change, you're going to see a change with him at some point.
You're right. And you know what he did? Well, last year he did it well for a period of time, is that even though his velocity isn't in that plus range velocity for major leaguers is above 93 miles an hour, to where you get above the speed limit. But he started throwing more fastballs because exactly what you said, guys, you know, the scout report, they sit on changeup. And because they see 88 miles an hour a bit outside.
A bit.
Throwing command with the fastball, getting ahead. And even though, you know what, there's certain guys, Michael, I don't care even if they know it's coming, it's that good. But his problem has been that if he gets behind with his fastball, then it becomes much more predictable.
And they call his changeup a Bugs Bunny changeup. And there's a fastball. What that means is you've all seen the cartoon where Bugs Bunny plays baseball, and he throws a changeup, and the guy swings 3 times before it gets the catcher's mitt. So that's what players call a great changeup, Bugs Bunny changeup. All fastballs.
Good location right there, down the zone. Just missing. I mean, the importance of a pitcher to establish his fastball, of course, it'd be great for the pitcher's sake that if he threw at that low mid-90s range. But here you see right now, Ramirez throwing his fastball. All of them has been fastballs. Now it's this unpredictable for Wieters. You know, where's the changeup? You know, Matt Wieters, there's no history there. Heard about it, talked to Terry Crowley. He'll say, what does a guy have if there isn't a history? They'll go over the repertoire. Here's a changeup now.
Got him. So it all hard stuff and then through the changeup. Hey, are you ever away from your TV and missing the game? Not a problem. Now Yankee fans can watch live Yes Network games on their PCs and laptops. If you're an Optimum Online and IOTV customer who watches Yes, go to YesNetwork.com to get more information and sign up for your subscription now. Here's Jeff Fiorentino.
That would be a pitch, Michael, that I would teach a kid just change up. There's a circle change. He has his index finger off the ball, and what makes it so tough for hitters to hit Ramirez's changeup, he looks just like a fastball, arm speed wise. So now he goes 88, 89 down to that 77, 76 mile an hour changeup. But the fastball changeup, it's interesting, you know, as you see Major League Baseball as it evolves, you know, way back when, and I guess maybe we could go to the 60s where it was fastball, curveball, 4-seam curveball, 12-6. We saw a good curveball from Tillman today, and then all of a sudden it became more of a sinker slider repertoire where coaches started teaching that. And now, now the changeup. Then for a little while, Bruce Suter's split finger was the pitch in vogue. And then the cutter, Mariano Rivera, a slider then emerged into a cutter. That's really what's taught at the minor leagues. But there's a changeup right here. You saw Posada with the little four-finger wave. But I think it's interesting, as the generations change. Heck, I had my first full year in the big leagues. There's Dave Island, the pitching coach. Arch Fowler was my pitching coach, and he pitched in there when the spitball was legal. Trying to teach me spitball.
Did you try?
I tried, but I didn't know how to throw it.
Was it actual spit or was it Vaseline?
No, he used saliva. Yeah, no, it wasn't spit.
Couldn't do it. It's a hard pitch to control, all kidding aside.
Plus, if not thrown properly, you end up altering your mechanics, and you push the ball or you lead with your elbow and hurt your arm.
Swing and a miss. Went with the fastball, so 2 strikeouts for Edouard Ramirez.
Think of the days of Sandy Koufax, big four-seam curveball, fastball, curveball. Here's what Michael was talking about. He's predictable or become unpredictable. Here he's challenging guys with 89. Not considered a plus major league fastball, average at best, but still able to get it by major league hitters.
Got a good fastball tonight, even at 88, 89, because as Al said, the changeup and the thought of the changeup is going to make you a little bit late on that fastball, so you don't have to go 94. Andy Pettit went 5. Marte and Albaladeo pitched the 6, giving up the lead, and now Ramirez.
Anytime you see a hitter, he's shaking his head. Chad Moeller said, boy, I wish I got that one back. That's the quality of a major league pitcher, knowing when you get away with a mistake. I pretty much bet right here, there's going to be a changeup right here. Anytime you see a ball foul straight back, you're going to at least change the velocity there. You see a changeup coming here. Oh, he shook him. Fastball away.
Grounded inside third, and a base hit. Going to go into the corner where Melky Cabrera will play it. Moeller goes to second with a stand-up double. So a 2-out double for Chad Moeller, his second hit of the night. He's 2 for 3.
Well, Ramirez wanted to go with the fastball. Yeah, that's not so much less of the pitch. It's a matter of the execution to see where the ball was. It ended up being up or belt high out over the plate. Moeller able to easily get it by Alex Rodriguez.
Sergio Mitre beginning to throw. Ryan Roberts takes upstairs. Al told you early about Roberts with 50 doubles. And he's only the 4th player in Major League history with 3 or more 50 double seasons. The other guys are pretty good. Tris Speaker, Paul Wainer, and Stan Musial.
All Hall of Famers, yeah.
And the count 3-1. High pop-up into the rainy night. Cano and Teixeira, they run out of room. It's about 3 rows back. Brian Roberts actually made the last out at the old Yankee Stadium. And here is that last out against Mariano Rivera.
That's a fair ball.
Cody Ransom. And he gives the ball to Mo. And right after that, Jeter made that speech we heard a little bit earlier. So Brian Roberts walks. Jeter has more hits than anyone ever had at the old Yankee Stadium, and he was also the last Yankee batter at the old Yankee Stadium. And now the hits leader for the franchise. Count 0-2. Hardy fans hanging in there. Crowd of 46,771. Many have gone. Skied the other way. Melky runs out of room. He's out. The 0-2. Blocked by Posada, 1-2. Yankees are trailing 7-4 in the top of the 7th inning. Start of the game delayed an hour and 27 minutes because of rain. Stopped raining, I'd say, from the 3rd to the 5th, and then the rain started to pick up. Now that's a power umbrella. Count 2-2.
Golf umbrella. The little flaps.
Michigan colors. Michigan plays Notre Dame tomorrow. That's a little umbrella. One guy's getting wet. Very awkward way to hold it. The 2-2. Lined into right field. Coming on Swisher. He's going to have to play it on a hop. Moeller rounds third. He's coming home. The throw comes into second. An RBI single for Izturis. And now the Orioles lead 8-4. All of it with 2 outs.
Well, Vera's got the 2 quick outs with strikeouts with command ahead in both counts. Then he went ahead on Moeller, shook Posada. Posada wanted to change up. This is good hitting right here. This ball is a changeup down for a ball out of the zone of the Sturridge, just reaching out, being able to get it out there far enough. Good hitting. Stay back. Fooled. Barrel the bat behind him, and then just kind of a little cricket swing there. So Posada almost catches it, but would have caught the ball in the dirt.
Juan Samuel has waved home 8 runs. Orioles third base coach. And the pitch to Markakis is low and inside. We start our coverage on Yes tomorrow at noon with the batting practice show, so Al, we might just stay here.
Yeah, let's do it. One of those little blow-up mattresses right here.
Nice, luxurious new booth, yeah.
Close the windows.
only 12 and a half hours away.
The clubhouse is plush, cushy couches.
Popped up.
Remember the guys in the minor leagues used to do that late game, early day, the next day. Just stay in the clubhouse. Fighting them, these Oriole hitters. Rivera's work, 31 pitches.
The 1-2 off the glove of Posada. And advancing is Roberts and is Torres. Now, it hit his glove. It's probably going to be a pass ball.
Well, not the best conditions, but let's see. This ball was. Posada expected it inside, and then it ends up tracking the ball. And once it gets to that point, anything above his head, you see he's not able to follow it all the way. Catchers are leery of having that not hit them in the heel of the glove.
Line into left center field. Cabrera and Gardner can't get it. Gardner on the dive. So a 2-run single for Nick Markakis. And now the Orioles lead 10-4.
Boy, Gardner came a long way to even make this close. Watch him out of the screen on the top here. Busting. Melky giving way. I guess once he saw that Gardner was outstretched, making the best effort.
Well, a rough night so far for Joe Girardi's team. Sergio Mitre will come on, and the Yankee pen is in line to take its first loss since July 31st. Haven't lost a game all of August and been part of September. Mitre coming on now. TV offers you incredible HD picture and sound. HD is free with IOTV. Well, as you can see, while we were away, the rain really intensified. The umpires conferred with the head groundskeeper, Danny Cunningham, and he said we better get this tarp on because this field's going to be unplayable. It has been raining steadily for a while. And so now the Yankees will just sit on the dugout bench and hope that the rain stops. Otherwise, they will take a loss in this one. Well, tonight throughout the Yankee season on Yes, we're allowing you to vote along with the two of us here in the booth for the Chevy Player of the Game. Text your vote to 58772. Tonight's candidates are number 1, Derek Jeter, number 2, Alex Rodriguez, number 3, Brian Roberts, and number 4, Luke Scott. Vote now, make your voice heard. Standard text messaging rates apply. Well, as the rain continues to fall, remember an hour and 27-minute delay at the start, and there's rain in the forecast for the remainder of the night as well. Hopefully we'll be able to play baseball. We'll wait, though, and we hope that you wait with us. And as we wait and you wait, we turn our lonely eyes to the lovely and talented Bob Lorenz back in our Yes Studios. Robert? has manicured the field beautifully. They certainly took their time. You almost got the sense that they were waiting for it to rain again, but it didn't. The skies are clear. The rain has stopped, and we're going to have baseball. Now, it was also explained to us by the Yankee Public Relations Department that all of the Yankee starters are out of the game, and in fact, Joe Girardi is sending those starters home. And it makes sense, Al, because tomorrow's game's at 1 o'clock, and why should these guys be exhausted? The game, I wouldn't say, is out of hand because the Yankees certainly have a good enough team. They have a deeper bench because of the September call-ups, and they could have a roster up to 40 if they'd like. But Derek Jeter, as we speak right now, is having a press conference because people obviously want to talk about him. He's the story of the night, and then they're going to allow all those players to go home.
Well, you're right. And the fact that there are seven guys on the Yankee bench and plenty of arms, this is obviously the only opportunity they can do that. And as you say, the quick turnaround, day game tomorrow. From the way the pace of this game's been going, this is going to be at least another hour or so. And also, too, Joe, given an opportunity for the press to obviously hear what Derek Jeter had to say about his performance tonight.
Well, Mark Melancon is going to come into the game. Now, I wonder, Al, I'm not sure about the official scoring of this. Sergio Mitre came in to get the final out of the 7th inning. He jogged in, he was on the field, and then they put the tarp on.
I don't think they announced his name.
I believe they did. So is that an appearance for him?
If they announced his name, yeah.
Even if he didn't throw one pitch?
I think so. As soon as the umpires, it's announced, and they'll normally point up to the press, the press box or where the public address announcer is, and it then becomes official.
Well, the public address announcer definitely did announce. Paul Olden said, now pitching for the Yankees, Sergio Mitre. So he doesn't throw one pitch. And now Joe Girardi is actually calling up to the press box to tell the media relations directors, this is my lineup. So it's obviously going to be completely different. As we mentioned, every single Yankee starter is out. Not quite sure what the Orioles are going to do. The Orioles have on their bench 5 remaining. No, not even 5. They have 3 remaining players. So we'll see exactly how they go. But I do see Gardner in center field and Cabrera in left, so that remains the same. So the initial announcement that all the Yankee starters are out, that's not true. Because Gardner and Melky obviously were in the game at the start, and they remain. The Yankees don't have that many people that you can take everybody out. Now, Posada's out from behind the plate. A-Rod's out as Eric Hinsky takes over at third base. See Jerry Hairston there at shortstop. And Ramiro Pena is going to play second. The new first baseman is Jose Molina. And the new right fielder for the Yankees is Shelley Duncan. And behind the plate is Francisco Cervelli. So the only players that remain from the starting lineup are Melky Cabrera and Brett Gardner.
The 2 youngsters. Well, as you say, now what is this? How does this burn the? I guess everybody's used now, right? Yeah. With Molina at first, the third catcher is now behind the dish, and Francisco Cervelli. Johnny Damon is.
He's got a stiff back, so they wouldn't use him.
So everybody's used.
Now, I did see Johnny was still on the bench. They sent all the remaining starters home. I guess Johnny has to be on the bench in case of an emergency where somebody goes down. Now, that doesn't mean that all these changes are straight up. So Damon is the only remaining player on the scorecard that's hung up in the dugout, and I'm sure he has to hang there for a while. And as you can see, those changes are not straight up. You've got Pena leading off, Hairston batting second, Hinsky will hit third, Duncan is going to clean up, Molina is the number 6 batter, and Cervelli replaces Cano in the number 7 slot. So certainly a lot of things to consider there. Now, we give you these changes slowly in case you are keeping score at home. Now, if you continue to keep score at home, please stop. I mean, for your own good, your family's good, stop keeping score right now.
Show us that scorecard again, would you?
I didn't get the first two.
Well, Joe Girardi does not get to go home. So you are going to continue to keep score out. Okay.
Yeah, well, I have to.
All right, Pena, Hairston. So now Al actually lapsing into directing. Show me the scorecard again.
Thank you.
And he's still writing with Susie's pen. A lot of ink in Susie's pen.
Gotta find out.
Please find out from your daughters if they have a friend named Susie. I have never seen the lack of urgency that I've seen since they took the tarp off. I mean, from the players, from the grounds crew, from the umpires. It was like they didn't really want it to start, but unfortunately, God didn't have any more rain in his system, so they're going to have to play. So that's the way we stand right now. The coaches and the manager don't get to go home. The regulars do. And here we are in the seventh inning, and the Orioles have a runner on first base, and there are 2 men out.
2 quick outs.
2 quick outs, all with 2 outs. And here is Nolan Reimold against Mark Melancon. And the count 1-0.
Well, it did have that feel after Derek Jeter breaking Lou Gehrig's record. It just kind of seemed to be in a bit of a standstill with that misting rain the whole night.
Orioles lead the Yankees 10-4. Good buddy. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th inning. Popped up and out of play. Now most of the crowd is probably on the Deegan or on their mattress. So 46,771, and might be 1,000 people left in this ballpark.
10 toes up, Michael?
Oh, I would think so.
1,000?
Don't you think?
No. A couple hundred.
You do me a favor. You count them. Get back to me in the bottom of the inning.
1, 2, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And there's a base hit to right center field. Shelley Duncan will play it and fire in. So a base hit for Nolan Reimold as Markakis moves to third.
Rival getting it in the action here. His first hit on the night. Not trying to do a whole lot. Nice little line drive swing. Orioles certainly like Reimold as part of the future. Young player, lead the American League rookies in home runs as of tonight.
Here's Ty Wigginton. Got a somewhat unpleasant letter today. A woman wrote me that everybody at Yes pronounces Ty's last name like there's a G in it. She said, please don't do that. It upsets me. So a lot of people do say Ty Wigginton, but it's Ty Wigginton.
Ty Wigginton.
I don't want to upset people.
So Wigginton. What do they say? Wigging?
A lot of people. I've said Wigginton before as well. But I thought I've corrected it this year, but this woman obviously felt that I didn't, so I want to make everybody happy one by one. I hope she's still watching.
If you call him Wiggy, I call him Wiggy.
Ty Wiggy.
No, just Wiggy.
I'm not that familiar with him.
Oh. Well, as a teammate, as he was with me, we called him Wiggy.
That's the big nickname for all baseball players. They just add an E at the end of everything. Coney,
Mikey,
Allie, Paulie, Wiggy. So the count is 2-2 on Wigginton. And the pitch. Foul back. The great thing about baseball players, none of them want to be here right now. None of them. but they will not give away an at-bat. They absolutely will not give away an at-bat.
Spring training they will.
Nah.
The last couple games. Last game of spring training. They have it. First pitch, 1 or 2 pitches, you're out of there.
Also the last game of the season if you're out of it.
Exhibition game, and you go in and play a college team or something. Usually you'll hear guys say 1 or 2 pitches. You're not giving away the at-bat, just guys are aggressive. Yeah, that's not happening here, no doubt about it. These at-bats count.
And also they probably think, well, you're going to keep us here. Well, we're going to play it. The 2-2. Grounded up the middle. Hairston goes the short way, and the inning is finally over. The Orioles score 3 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. At the end of 6.5, it's time for the 7th inning stretch. Orioles lead 10-4, but on what is now September 12th, we honor the people that died in September 11th, the victims of an awful attack on this country. So we will listen to God Bless America on a day that it means so very, very much. And Ronan Tynan, the renowned tenor, is actually here, stayed at the ballpark, and will sing God Bless America.
And welcome Mecca Universal Classics recording artist Ronan Tynan. In honor of the servicemen and women stationed around the globe, Dr. Tynan will now sing God Bless America.
While the storm clouds gather far across the sea, let us swear allegiance to a land that's free. Let us all be grateful for a land so fair, as we raise our voices in a solemn prayer. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home.
Well, thank you, Bob. Thank you for hanging in there, and thank you to all our viewers for hanging in there as well as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. So an hour and 27-minute rain delay at the start, and I'm not sure what the rain delay was total the second time. We'll figure that out. New pitcher for the Orioles, it's Mark Hendrickson. Tall left-hander will face Hairston, Hinsky, and Duncan. And there's a strike. Hendrickson's numbers.
Former net, Sixer, NBA player.
Yankees down 10-4 here at the stadium. High pop-up. Here's Torres. One out. Bob Lorenz is not going home yet because after the final out, it's the WB Mason postgame. Bob and Kimberly Jones will be there with all the analysis and the highlights from this game. We'll hear from Derek Jeter. Plus, you get news and notes from around baseball. It's the WB Mason postgame only on Yes. Hinsky fouls it away. So, Al, have you done your counting? Is it 1,000 or is it less?
It's 946
at this point.
Oh, wait a minute, two guys. It's 944.
Andy 0-1. And a strike. Wait, we found one.
Oh, we didn't get him.
Up in section 405.
All right, take it.
That better be one high-powered camera. The 0-2. 1-2. Now, to be here this late, after all that rain, and you've seen what you wanted to see, Derek Jeter get the hit. I would say the majority of the people here are young people.
Wait, did we just...
I'd say the majority, and otherwise you really got to be a Hardy fan. But I'd say the majority. Well, those two twins, those are young people. Young people.
You watch out now, Mikey. You're gonna
the 2-2.
Second rain delay was 1 hour and 7 minutes, Michael.
He's very tired, but he's hanging in there. A little yawn is coming. I can feel it. I once went to a doubleheader here at the stadium when I was a kid, as Hinsky goes down on strikes. And my parents told me, we're going to pick you up in the 7th inning of the second game, and we're going to be on Girard Avenue. Breaking ball drops in there. Well, the first game went 10 innings. It's fine. The second game, it's 1-1 in the 7th, and I wouldn't leave. My sister was with me with two of her friends. 10th inning, 8th inning wouldn't leave, 9th inning wouldn't leave, 10th wouldn't leave, 11th wouldn't leave. It's like 1:30 in the morning. 12th wouldn't leave, 13th wouldn't leave, and finally, my sister goes out and finds my parents. There's a high fly ball to left field. And Duncan flies out, and you're going to have to stay around for the 8th inning now to find the end of the story. Yeah! 10-4, Orioles lead the Yankees. It's the 13th inning,
right,
and I'm still sitting there.
Unbelievable.
Now, my sister leaves her two friends, and she walks up the block. This was the old Yankee Stadium.
And you were upper tank, right?
Yeah, I was in
Center
the upper
field,
deck.
right? Oh, yeah.
Behind home plate. And she went and told my parents he won't leave. So they told her, you go in and you get him to leave. So she said, my sister comes back up and said, you're in a lot of trouble. I mean, they've been waiting out there 2.5 hours. You're in a lot of trouble. 14th inning, I wouldn't leave. 15th inning, I wouldn't leave. So finally, my sister's friends who were on my side said, you better go now.
They were on your side.
Yeah, let him stay. It's a great game. He's a Yankee fan. So I left the ballpark in the 15th inning. And I walked up Girard Avenue. And my father met me halfway. Now, I'm not condoning corporal punishment. But
here comes the belt.
The beating lasted from the middle of Girard Avenue through the car ride home into the house. And my mom and dad took turns turning around from the front seat, slapping me and screaming at me. And because I was a troubled youth, when we got back to the house, I turned on Channel 11 to watch the end of the game. And Celerino Sanchez got a base hit up the middle to win it in the 18th inning. So I felt that it was all worth it.
3 innings. 3-inning drive of getting smacked.
That one's up the middle, and Michael Aubrey with a base hit.
Why did your pops make your sister go in? Why didn't he just come in? By then, he could just walk in the 15th inning, right? Little cut fastball in on the hands, pulling his hands in nicely. It's the only way to be able to get the barrel of the bat on the ball. Just enough and perfectly placed.
Now, the key to the story is that I kept saying I was sorry. And then my father uttered a line that today I use all the time. There's a ground ball by Wieters, and it's going to be a double play. I kept saying, I'm sorry, and my father said, sorry doesn't fix the lamp. And I think it's a great saying, and I live by that now. You know what that means? Just don't do it.
Right, but you could still be sorry for something. Must have broke a lot of lamps.
Do you ever spank the kids? You got kids. You ever spank them at all? Never.
Oh.
Really? Nobody from social services is listening.
Just a growl. It's amazing what a little bit of a deep voice and a stern look gets.
And holding that pen that says Susie.
That's right.
Kind of takes the edge off. The 0-1. Fiorentino swings and misses 0-2. Slow roll is foul. We're in the 8th inning. It's 10-4. Melanson is the 6th Yankee pitcher. And the 0-2. Outside 1-2. Their parents are waiting for them on Girard Avenue. There's a ground ball at first. Molina with a nice play, and he flips to Melanson for the final out of the 8th inning. No runs a hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Molina, a catcher, with a nice play. Didn't know if he should take it himself. Almost cost himself the play, but Melanson covered. Orioles 10-4, just after 1 o'clock here on the East Coast. A couple of rain delays, 127 at the start, 107 in the top of the 7th inning. Now, if you just joined us, say you were out tonight, Derek Jeter did break the Yankees' all-time hits record. He had a base hit in the 3rd inning. That moved him ahead of Lou Gehrig, broke that tie, and then he added another hit to his total in the 4th inning. Matsui swings and misses. They need a 3. He's got 27-23 now. That was the record-breaking number, 27-22.
Up to 4,000. 76% of the viewers think so.
Matsui is out, 1 away in the 8th. Time for the play of the game. Wonder what it is. Brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes can save you 15% or more on car insurance.
About 4 hours ago, leading off the 3rd inning, off the start at Chris Tillman. There is the moment. Derek Jeter with his 2,722nd career hit as a New York Yankee. What a moment for Derek and this fan base today.
Here's Jose Molina. And a base hit for Jose Molina. And here's Francisco Cervelli.
Catcher.
Now, I'm sure in all your years in the major leagues, Al, you had games that were delayed by rain a lot. Do the starting pitchers have to hang around? I'm not saying, let's say you didn't even start in the game, but you were going to start 2 days later. Do you have to hang around the whole time?
Well, I would think so, yeah. I don't remember ever being allowed to leave other than spring training game.
Cervelli grounds at 3rd. Let's see if they turn 2. No, they don't.
Well, definitely, A.J. Burnett is home. There's no doubt about that.
Right. Well, he's starting tomorrow. Sabathia's starting on Sunday, and there he is. And Jabba Chamberlain sitting next to him. Andy Pettit was sent home, though. And all the starters that were taken out of the game, they were sent home.
You know, you just never know, even though in expanded rosters.
Here's Melky Cabrera. I wonder if the guys that drew the short straw, like Cabrera and Gardner and Matsui, if they're upset that they're still in the game. Now, there's no way they could all be replaced because they don't have enough players. But how do you choose which ones get the rest and which ones don't? And the ones that don't get the rest and don't get to go home, do they get ticked off about it?
Yeah. Well, first of all, Brett Gardner's been out for a while, and now
right, so he wants to play.
So there's maybe it went by age.
Then Matsui.
Well,
somebody counted wrong.
Well, everybody's used up.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do.
Except
really.
Damon. Well, Damon's not able to play.
And a strike. Michael Dunn warming for the Yankees. Rip foul. We will be back at it again in 11 hours, a little under 11 hours. Our batting practice show starts at noon later today, 12:30 pregame, and first pitch right around 1:08. Hot shot in the second. Roberts gobbles it up, and Melky Cabrera's out for the final out of the 8th inning. No runs a hit, no errors, and one man left on base. Let's take this baby to the 9th, 10-4 Baltimore. It is time right now to announce the Chevy Player of the Game as voted on by you fans and the two of us in the booth.
And there it is, of course, Derek Jeter. There is the 2,722 hits breaking Lou Gehrig there. A high fiver going around for the Jeter family in the box. Talking to Jorge Posada. And then in the 4th inning, 2,723 driving in Robinson Cano for his 63rd RBI. Absolutely fitting Derek Jeter, the Chevy Player of the Game.
27-22. That was the record breaker. They just don't have a 3, but that, as Al mentioned, is where they are right now at 27-23. Party fans remaining as we go to the 9th inning. And Michael Dunn, young left-hander, rookie left-hander, started out as an outfielder, converted to a pitcher because he had a good arm. He has struggled with walks so far, maybe from nerves. 1 2/3 innings, 5 walks, 2 strikeouts, throws hard, a 10.80 ERA. So the Yankees have used 7 pitchers. Andy Pettitte started, lasted 5 innings, and left with a 4-3 lead. Tommaso Marte gave it up. He's going to get the loss if the Yankees don't rally. Albaladeo, Ramirez, Mitre, Melanson, and Dunn. Mitre didn't pitch to a batter. He came out on the mound, and they called for the tarp. There's Chad Moeller. 4 straight 2-hit games for him, and he takes a strike from Dunn.
Great opportunity for Michael Dunn. You don't see that often. Guy drafted in the 33rd round of 2004 as an everyday player and couldn't get it done as a hitter. Say, you know, you're left-handed, you got a strong arm. You ever consider pitching? Good story.
And he always said, I knew that I had that to fall back on because I knew my arm was good. And the Yankees recognized it. Obviously didn't hit enough, and he became a pitcher, and here he is in the big leagues. It was a big moment for him when he was called up as he gets Moeller to swing and miss. And there's one down.
Just coming right at Moeller, blowing it by him. Chad can't catch up to it. I think of Guillermo Mota. Remember the reliever?
Yeah.
Played for several years in the minors with the Expos as a shortstop. Didn't make it as a hitter. Had a pretty good career as a pitcher.
Isn't that the guy that your friend Mike Piazza really didn't like?
Yeah, they were good buddies.
Justin Turner pinch hitting for Brian Roberts, and Prince Fielder's not a big fan either.
Yeah,
now, I should
right.
explain, Mota actually hit Piazza in a spring training game. And Piazza actually tried to get into the Dodger clubhouse.
He choked him down the line first. Didn't he choke him? Yeah.
No, I think he ran after him, didn't catch him.
No, he choked him.
Really?
Yep.
And then he tried to get back at him in the clubhouse? The choking wasn't enough?
Apparently not. Yeah, that went back a ways, I assume. They're teammates with the Dodgers.
Hot shot up the middle, a base hit for Justin Turner. Here's Cesar Izturis. 2 for 4 with a walk and 2 runs scored, and that was Justin Turner's first big league hit. That one goes all the way to the backstop and kicks back to Cervelli as Turner moves to second on the wild pitch.
Legitimate line drive up the middle of Yankee Stadium. Certainly remember that moment.
And the 1-0. Foul back. The 1-1 hit sharply to second. Izturis is out. Advancing to third is Turner. Want to remind everybody after the game, the WB Mason postgame show. Bob Lorenz back at the studio with the highlights and analysis. Kimberly Jones working the clubhouse. She's already been at the Derek Jeter interview, and all the starters that met with the media right after the rain delay ended. Posada as well, Pettit, and Alex Rodriguez. Alex had a big, long 3-run home run in the first inning to the Yankees. That gave them an early lead, but they didn't get it done after that. But that was about 6 hours ago, and Kimberly will have all of that for you on the postgame show. That comes up after the Yankees either score a lot of runs in the bottom of the 9th inning or the third out is made. Markakis fouls it back. And the 0-2 fouled away. I want to take this time to thank our crew. They put in really, really long hours, and obviously this game has been a bear, all the rain delays, things like that. So we have great people working behind the scenes, all our cameramen, and and everybody in the truck. So thank you to them for a very, very long day and into the morning. High fly ball center field. Gardner is there, and he puts it away for the final out of a scoreless top of the ninth inning from Michael Dunn. No runs a hit, no errors, and one man left. Last licks coming up for the Yankees. Can they make up a 10-4 deficit? And the Yankees 4-10-1. Brett Gardner is going to start it off against Mark Hendrickson. The story of this game, obviously Derek Jeter. It's been the story of this week. And the Yankees have been able to win games. They swept the Tampa Bay Rays 4 games. Derek Jeter got 3 hits on Wednesday to tie Lou Gehrig. And today in the 3rd inning, that single inside first base, that broke Lou Gehrig's all-time Yankee hits mark. And then he added another one for good measure as he continues to add to his record and set the bar higher each time up. So this night is about Derek Jeter. Obviously, the Yankees don't want to lose a game. Looks like they're well on the way to doing that, but Derek Jeter has the record, and this is a night that will be remembered for a long time.
No question about it. Red Sox were postponed, rain delay.
Yep. They have a doubleheader on Sunday. Hendrickson will get a save in this game. 3 scoreless innings, you get a save. Doesn't have to be scoreless. 3 innings to save a lead, you get a save. That's going to be tough to get Gardner. They don't. Second infield hit for Brett Gardner.
Boy, speed kills. How often do you see Brett Gardner get an opportunity of even banging the ball on the ground on the left side? He already had one similar to that. Chris Tillman wasn't as aggressive getting to first base. Mark Hendrickson, knowing what he's up against as far as running against a speedy runner at Gardner. Smell a hit. He slipped a little bit out of the box. Now it becomes a foot race between a slower pitcher or a fast runner. So quick out of the box.
He is so fast. Here is Ramiro Pena. The base hit for Gardner, his second, the Yankees' 11th. And now it is grounded to third. Wigginton gets the force at second. On to first. It's a double play. Beautifully turned. 5-4-3 double play.
Didn't think Wigginton was able to get it out of his glove quickly. Nice little transfer. No, it was fast enough. Low throw to Turner. Turner making a quick pivot. Michael Aubrey on the first base side. This was a tough throw. Gardner coming down hard on him. Nice play all the way around.
That'll bring up Jerry Hairston Jr. And the Yankees are 1 out away from a loss. Hairston's second at bat. That one is drilled to left field, deep. Going back, Reimold, and it's off the wall. Hairston will go to second with a double. Missed a home run by a couple of feet.
Got a little top spin on that. Smoked it. Gets through the baseball. You see the downward spin on the ball. Reimold just feeling it off, keeping a double there. His 5th double as a Yankee, 19th double overall, 22nd double overall.
That's going to bring up Eric Hinsky. Hinsky struck out looking against Hendrickson on a breaking ball in the 7th inning. The Yankees have 12 hits. Blocked there by Moeller. He's caught the whole game. What's left of the Yankee team chilling on the bench. Joe Girardi's team about to suffer its 51st loss against 91 wins. And that's the best record in baseball, the 2-0. 2-1.
Angels and the Cardinals are 84 wins coming into tonight.
The 2-1. There's a strike. So now the Yankees down to their final strike. Chris Tillman will get the win in this game. And the pitch.
A lot of battling at bats here from both sides. Fighting every pitch.
Missed outside. The count is full of 3-2. Shelley Duncan is on deck. Shelley, the MVP of the International League before he was called up. Ended up with 99 runs batted in at Scranton Wilkes-Barre. And a 3-2. Did he hold up? No, he did not. Hinsky down on strikes, and that's going to do it here at the stadium as the Yankees lose this one 10-4 in the 9th inning. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left. So the Yankees lose the game 10-4. Orioles snap a 10-game losing streak to the Bombers. But the story of this game, Gary